This is Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. This is Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a 5th edition D&D campaign. With me are my players, and we're about to get started. Alright, players. So, in our last session, you spoke with some more people in the Yawning Portal Tavern. You have a number of quests now, as you descended into the well. There is a handout that says quests, which has information on all of your current quests, which include Bregendarth Initiation, which is Varis's personal quest, where he needs to go to Skullport. Argent Legacy, which is Ara's personal quest, to try to find her shining scaled progenitor somewhere down here. There's Midge's personal quest, Release the Rodents, to find her were-rat friends who have been captured and taken into slavery by the Xanathar Guild, also in Skullport. There is Strange as the Night Where Black Stars Rise, which is Roscoe's personal quest to find the lost city of Carcosa. And he is looking for those in the depths who know, who will show the hidden way, which is pretty vague. There's Portentous Paths, which is Sardick's personal quest, which at this point is to follow the signs given by Hathor, the latest of which was a monkey with silvery gray fur, the familiar of a mage up in the tavern, took a pair of minotaur horns off the wall, a curio in the tavern, put them on his head, turned into a giant spectral minotaur, went rogue, frolicked, cavorted, danced, then jumped down the well after staring pointedly at Sardick. So, your current goal is to follow the trail of that monkey. There's Till Death Do Us Part, which is your quest for your companion Katrin, who is trying to rid herself of her curse, which you've learned some more things about. Not to your great liking, judging from your reactions to some of the things you found out about her situation, as her curse has kind of now leached out and started affecting you. Wakongo Tamu Needs Magic, which is simply a quest to find magic items in spellbooks and be paid for them. The Coronal's Lost Throne, which is a quest to find the location of the stolen throne of Aelin Thaldar, the capital city of the ancient elven realm of Illafarn, which is thought to be hidden away somewhere within dwarven ruins in Undermountain. You have the quest Malarkan Iron. The great Razavi Khorasani, the Flame Skull Merchant Extraordinaire, wants to pay you for Malarkan Iron specifically. You'll know it because it will have the symbol of the Malarkan dwarves embossed into it, if you can find any. There's Mirthful Mappery. Mert the Moneylender wants you to create a accurate and complete map of the first level of Undermountain, which he'll be able to verify with his artifact, and he's going to pay you 1,000 gold dragons for that. There's Undertaker Recon, Maloon War Dragon, adventurer and former member of Force Grey, wants you to scout out an alleged vampire gang called the Undertakers. He wants to know who they are, how many of them there are, where they lair, what they're doing, what their plans are. As much intel as you can get about them. And finally, you have the quest Grell's Anatomy, which is to bring back barbs and or tentacles of grells if you can find them. And I really thought Grell's Anatomy was a good quest name.
That is good.
Excellent.
So that's all the things you have to do. It's quite a lot. You have a lot of dungeon to explore. So we're going to move back over to the dungeon itself. Oh, I guess we can kind of complete the recap. So you got all these quests, you went down the well, You started searching around. You found a couple of interesting little trinkets in the sand at the bottom of the well, including a tiny netherese button, which you've determined through some experimentation seems to vibrate ever so slightly when brought within a foot of a magical item. You have then faced a harrowing vision sent to you, presumably by Halaster, but you don't know for sure, telling you that you were not welcome in the dungeon and that you need to leave, and being very creepy with a lot of blood and everything. You ignored this, you went forward, and then you fell into some sort of horrific magical trap. No, I said it was a button. It was definitely a button, Cider.
We'd also found the useless amulet, too.
And you found an amulet, but remember, that amulet did cause the button to vibrate. You just don't know what it does.
Yeah, useless. It has a rat face on it. It's awesome.
It has the use of being the adornment of Tiff's new staff, or Midge's new staff.
Then you fell into a horrible magical trap. But right before that happened, Midge, you felt this force suddenly crushing your mind, your will. You tried to fight back against it, but it was futile, and within a second, you were completely overtaken. And all you knew was blackness. An absolute void, where you could perceive nothing. Later, you awaken out of that, and you're standing in a different place. We'll get to that in a moment. What the rest of you experienced was that Midge had become possessed. Based on the things that she said while possessed, you gathered that it was by a barbarian warrior, or at least the spirit of a barbarian warrior named Valgara, who claims to be Katrin's wife. The two of them had some arguments. Valgara seemed controlling and abusive, but Katrin managed to resist her and back her down, and she sort of went dormant. And shortly after that, Midge will regain consciousness in her own body. You have no memory of anything that occurred. You just know that you're standing in a different place. And you have no memory of what happened in the horrific magical trap which everyone else experienced. All of you fell into a giant pit full of writhing vermin, disgusting, horrifyingly huge and mutated centipedes, spiders, scorpions, all sorts of nasty crawling things. And you were submerged within them. They were crawling into your mouth. They were crawling all over you. And there was seemingly no escape. But you used your spells. You used your skills. You fought back against this, and you managed to escape with your lives, even though your very minds were being riven apart by this insanity of this nightmare realm that you had become trapped in. And afterwards, you were all feeling a bit worse for the wear, having sustained a bunch of damage to your very psyche. So harrowing was this experience that many of you experienced short-term insanities of various types, hallucinations, absolute unconsciousness in the case of Thadin, as your minds took several minutes to recover from the ordeal that you had just gone through, piecing yourself back together and reacclimating yourself to reality once more, finding yourself back in the hallway of the dungeon. For you, Midge, when you awaken, as I've said before, you're not standing in the same place you were before. Your staff is in your hands, and it has currently got the Shillelagh spell cast on it. You're obviously well aware of that. So you've obviously cast this spell, although you have no memory of doing it. You can sense that you've used up some of your magic. Actually, so you've used 2 of your first level spell slots. That's already, I already kind of like noted that on your character sheet, but you're at full health, but you feel like you've been through the ringer. You've got a headache, you feel kind of sore, you feel like something has happened to you in this intervening time, and you don't know what it was, but you feel like you went through some sort of ordeal. You feel tired, you feel a little bit weak, but mostly what you feel is an extreme overriding paranoia. You don't know where this came from, but it feels very real to you. Everyone is out to get you. They're planning to do something to you. Danger lurks around every corner. You are not safe. You're not safe with these people. You're not safe anywhere. No matter where you go, you will be in danger. And you now feel that and know that as a certainty like you've never known before in your life. You had the delusion of being safe before. You realize that now. You had the delusion of being safe before. You had fooled yourself into thinking you could trust these people or any people. But now the truth has been revealed to you. The truth that everything is dangerous, that everyone's out to get you. And you can only protect yourself. And that state of extreme paranoia is going to last for 30 hours.
Oh, perfect.
So you can roleplay that how you wish, but realize that you are under the effects of an insanity, essentially, of extreme paranoia for 30 hours. And that is why, when you come back to your body, you find yourself standing crouched in a readied position as though you're going to fight, facing off against the rest of the party. So let's move back over to the dungeon map. You may be looking at darkness, but if you scroll around, you should be able to find. Should be able to find the characters. Alright, so because Thadin isn't here, something interesting is about to happen to him. But the rest of you have a moment. And you've just watched Midge suddenly shake and shiver and her eyes roll back in her head. And all of a sudden, she comes to, and her eyes are wide, and you can see that she is herself again. The strange whiteness that had overtaken her eyes when she was possessed has now gone away, and her gaze seems clear once again. Katrin looks exhausted, as though she's concentrating very hard.
The moment I snap to, I'm gonna like hold my staff like over my head and just kind of go, ah! What did you guys do to me? What was that?
Oh, you're speaking normally again. Ooh, lots of things. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling great. Never better. But what do you mean I'm normal again? What happened?
Nothing. We don't... Katrin, maybe you can explain better than us, because we don't really know what...
Katrin has tears welling up in her eyes. She looks at Midge. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I try to keep her in. I try to control her, but sometimes she gets out. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Just don't let it happen again.
So the other thing that might have happened was we kind of went to a little form of tell or something. I think either the Mad Mage is messing with us or that organization of vampires. We're not entirely sure which one yet. But that's a little bit to the side of what happened. But either way, I'm not sure we're safe right here. So perhaps we should start moving forward.
What does Midge do?
Midge would nod at that. But if people start moving, she's going to hang back and let them go ahead of her.
All right, so she's not going to walk in the front anymore. She's going to kind of trail the party a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, Katrin falls on the ground, clutching her head. It's too hard! It's too hard! And now, Thadin... No, not Thadin. Thadin's not here. He's the player. Varis begins to shudder and strain, all of his muscles tightening and flexing as his whole body is trying to resist what's happening, and his eyes roll back in his head and become white. And then he looks around and he says, "I will not be caged!" And you all recognize his voice has been changed in much the same way that Midge's voice was changed.
Barzol, in the name of the nurturing mother, not again.
I was like, no. Out now. Out.
Alright. Is there a way that we can get rid of that thing?
It just kind of happened.
Varis looks at Ara and he gets a lusty gleam in his eye. He says, "Ah, you are my woman, huh?
No,
I wouldn't mind being in this body."
Out. No. Out.
No, I think I'll stay here for a while. You can't stop me, can you, wife? And he looks at Katrin, who's on the ground, and he just starts laughing. Katrin seems to be trying to concentrate. She's fighting. She's kind of hitting herself in the head with her hands, rocking back and forth. She's got her knees bent and her legs sort of under her. What do the rest of you do?
I call Valgara a bully.
Ha! Bully is a word invented by weaklings!
Well, what you're doing to her makes you weak. What you're doing to Varis makes you weak.
Do you want something? Do you need something? Or, like, what's going on here? I'm not quite getting why you're in that guy's body.
Well, I got forced out of yours. I just want to walk around, breathe air, fight, drink. I can't do any of that while I'm stuck in that shield. She points at Katrin's shield.
So, are you like you're like a dead spirit or a ghost or something?
For now, I may be able to return with a new body. Perhaps, depending on what she does. Looks at Katrin. Katrin finally sort of trying to rise to her feet. And she struggles, holds onto the wall, and gets up. And she says, "Gara, you have to Shut up! Go away! Right now! And she looks at Varis with a burning intensity in her eyes. Obviously going through some sort of mental strain. What does everybody else do?
So I think I've read something similar to what's going on here. I don't know how it was resolved, but I think there's a peaceful way to come to terms with this. Valgara, would you mind, just giving us Varus back for a little bit so we can discuss?
Varus just looks at you. Varus just looks at you with a disdainful, cold glare. What's Sardick doing?
Sardick's looking back and forth between Katrin and the now possessed Varis, and is looking between them and thinking, goes, well, how exactly would you manage to acquire a new body anyway? You said it was based on her decisions.
Well, it depends on what she does about this curse that keeps me as a spirit in that shield and the two of us bound together. She might try to destroy me completely. I know that's what you want to do, Katrin. But she could also set me free. The two of us would be separate, with our own bodies. Katrin says, if you keep doing this, I'm not going to set you free. I'm going to destroy you. Well, if you keep saying you're going to destroy me, then I'm going to keep doing this. They're just glaring at each other. And after a few seconds, Varus shakes his head, and he looks around at all of you. Then he just looks at Katrin and just nods. And his face is perfectly still. No emotion on his face whatsoever. Katrin's
Are his
breathing
eyes
heavily.
still white because
Yeah, they're still
that's
white.
him all the time anyway? Okay.
That's him normally, yeah. But he was before he was sort of puffed up and had this aggressive stance and aggressive look on his face, and now he's just standing
Oh,
there
I just
very,
wasn't sure
very
if Valgara
placidly.
left.
No, his eyes are still white. She says, ugh. She's breathing heavy. It takes so much effort. Okay, Valgara's gone, kind of, for now. I mean, she's still in Varis. I'm so sorry. She's still in him, but her personality is suppressed. So she can't annoy us.
What does that mean for Varus? Is he capable of, not being a liability then? Well, either way, I really don't think we should tarry here any longer. There was someone back in that first room who saw us and went running. I think we need to distance ourselves. Is everyone okay to stop moving?
Yeah, I am.
I'm going to say that Varys' dancing lights is canceled now. And he doesn't do another one right now. But you've got the lantern, which Roscoe is carrying. And there's a token for the lantern here next to you, Roscoe, which you can move around.
Alright, sounds good.
You're all standing in this hallway. But now Katrin's just still wiping tears away from her eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's just go. Let's just go. It'll be okay. Let's just go. So she starts walking, since she's kind of in the front of the party. But Midge is still... You're still there, sort of, you know, separate from the party, but you're kind of in front of them right now. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of like watch as Katrin essentially catches up to me. And then Midge is going to walk, you know, like a couple steps in step with Katrin, but she just like slows her pace like a little bit at a time until everybody else is.
Okay.
Are we going to be moving our tokens in real time, or are we going to continue like sort of back into the discussion-based travels?
We're gonna just sort of do it narratively until there's a reason to have your tokens in a specific spot, then we'll move them to where they need to be.
All right,
How
good.
far back are you hanging from everybody, Midge?
I think that's good. Like 5-ish feet away from the people in front.
Midge, what are you doing back there? I thought we agreed how we were going to walk, like, 10 minutes ago.
Not feeling too great after that whole, she just kind of like taps her head. Kind of blacked out for a moment.
I hear you. Okay then. And Katrin, you sure you're okay just by yourself up there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with being in front, but I don't really have sharp senses like an elf or a dwarf.
Sardick will give her a look over and join her by her side and say, just remember, with the light of Hathor, you never have to be alone.
So is something like this kind of how you guys want to be right now? Those two in
Yeah,
front,
that's
Varis
fine.
by himself in the middle, and Roscoe and Ara in the back, and then Midge back in the way back?
Yeah,
Sounds good.
that's fine by me.
Alright. So, Midge, you don't know what they did to you, but you know they did something to you. You just saw what happened with Varis, and you know that that happened with you, that your body was taken over, that it was used like a puppet, and you have no idea what they did during that time, but you know they did bad things. They're all part of it. It's a conspiracy.
Wow. I'm watching Sardick and Katrin up in the front now, and they're talking, and it would make a lot of sense that, the cleric who would know about spirits and stuff would be talking with her right now, and they're probably conspiring. So that's what, like, Midge is just, like, inner thinking as she's, like, watching the two of them up ahead.
Alright, so as you approach this bend in the corridor, you see something strange happening. The wall in front of you begins to shake slightly. Like a little tremor, like a tremor earthquake. And the dust that's on the ground, that's on the stone floor, begins to rise up into the air and spread itself in a thick layer across this wall, the one directly in front of you. What do you do? The dust is literally like levitating and moving and sort of, like it's painting the wall in dust.
Sardick will sort of mumble to himself and really stare at that dust and kind of see if he can see any sort of shapes or rhyme or rhythm to it, as if is there something there, or is it more enchantment or magic or whatever he can kind of discern.
Alright, you can make an Arcana check if you want. If anybody else wants to make any rolls, you can. Wow.
Yeah.
You have no idea. This doesn't look like any magic you've ever seen.
How far away is the wall that's shaking?
It's 5 feet in front of Katrin and Sardick.
Can I take a closer look at that and see what seems to be causing it to shake? Like if it's got any kind of seams in it, any kind of things that look like it's designed to shake, or if it's just that there's like tremors, or I don't really know what there.
Yeah, you can move up closer and begin to investigate it if you wish. Sardick, as a dwarf, you have an inherent understanding of stone carving and stonework and underground passages. You notice, and this is very strange, that only that one wall is shaking. The walls attached to it, the ceiling, the floor, nothing else is shaking. And there's no natural reason why that should ever happen. Like, there should be vibrations in the other things as well, but there's not.
Something's definitely afoot here, though I don't know exactly what it is. Something illusionary or something making that wall move, but it doesn't seem to be anything natural that I know about.
Is the wall that's being created by the dust, is it on, like, sort of blocking us into that hallway?
No, it's on the wall in front of you itself. It's on the wall, so it's not blocking anything.
Okay.
But you see suddenly the dust starting to go away in a line, just as if somebody had stuck their finger on the wall and was dragging their finger through the dust. And then there's another line jutting out from the first one, and another line coming down parallel to the first, and you realize it's the letter H. The letter H has just drawn itself on this wall in the dust. And now another letter is starting to be drawn. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna step back so I can still watch it, but not be too close to it.
Alright, Ara, you can tell this is definitely magic of the arcane variety taking place here.
Okay.
Although,
Does it?
it doesn't seem to be a spell as you understand it. It's more like there's some sort of entity doing this. Some sort of magical entity.
I voiced that. I pretty much say this is definitely magic, but I don't feel like there's much of a spell behind it. Like there's something here with us.
And you don't think it's an illusion. You think there's real dust on the wall, and the real dust is actually being displaced by a physical force of magical nature. So, it spells out the word Halaster over the next couple of seconds. And then under that, it starts writing a second word. Is anybody doing anything special, or are you just waiting to see what it says?
Sardick would kind of have his shield up, sort of displaying the symbol of Hathor, just as a protection kind of thing, but that's basically about it. Just sort of bracing himself for anything.
Katrin's just kind of nervously peeking down the next hallway. Alright. Soon enough, it spells out the phrase, Halaster must die, in all capital letters. Written in the dust.
Does anybody know who Halaster is?
Oh yeah, he's kind of the head honcho here. the one. He's the one excavating this whole place out, and he controls pretty much everything here. So that's kind of a bold statement right there.
Oh.
So you're saying he's the one who made all of this?
Well, not originally. It has origins with an elven kingdom a long time ago, and then some dwarves came and really was excavating it for much more than the elves did. The elves were mostly on the surface, but it's more complicated than that. But right now, yeah, he's kind of the main excavator, archaeologist, you might say. He's leading the dig.
Suddenly the words are erased as the dust washes itself back over the wall again, and a new word starts being written. And it spells itself out letter by letter. In all capital letters it says simply, survive.
I like that advice.
Yeah. I wonder if we ask, will it give us tips?
Soon
What
thereafter...
if we...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if there's still dust, I was going to say, what if we ask, who are you? By writing in the dust, like we used our finger.
Do you want to do that?
Well, it sounds like we might have an ally if we know who it is we're dealing with.
It is like an
Besides, it might be someone who knows how to get deep in, you know? We need to go down, so...
Well,
So are you writing
worth a
something
shot.
in the dust?
Yeah, Roscoe will step up and start to write who are you, so I guess start with the W and see what happens.
Alright. Nothing weird happens. You're able to write in the dust. And you write, who are you?
Yep.
The dust which reforms itself on the wall seems to avoid the area where you wrote. It doesn't erase what you wrote. It just erases what it wrote. And then it writes a new phrase in all capital letters, take it slow.
Yeah, good voice I got on my last date as well.
That is a really funny name.
Oh, that's true. What origin do you think that's from? I guess it's in common, so it could be, human, but...
I mean, it might be something else. I speak plenty of languages, but that's not anything I recognize other than take it slow, but that is a very weird name.
Yeah, it's in common. Then take it slow is erased, and it writes, be careful.
Hmm.
And all this time, the wall is continuing to slightly shake, slightly rumble. But nothing else is. And the dust is kind of like picking itself up off the ground and re-smoothing itself. But it doesn't touch the area where you wrote, who are you?
And it doesn't, does it, like, is there like a threatening aura about it, or is it just like almost like it's definitely trying to help us? Like there's no trick to this. Like the last two things we've encountered at this point have been very threatening and very scary. This one was like creepy, but like
It doesn't seem...
Is there any type of feel?
It doesn't seem threatening at all. In fact, if you were to give a font to this writing that it's making in the dust, it would basically be Comic Sans.
Nice.
Yeesh.
It erases be careful, and now it writes yet again, survive.
Why don't you help us do that?
It
I just
erases
say it out loud,
survive.
like I'm not. Yeah.
There's no apparent response to your question. Except then it writes, rest frequently.
I expect the next one to be consume plenty of liquids.
Get at least 8 ounces per. Rust frequency is erased, and then it says retreat often. Always in big capital letters. Then that is erased, and it says for the 3rd time, survive. Then that is erased. And once again, the original sentence appears. Halaster must die. One word atop the next, atop the next. And after a few seconds, all of the dust on the wall falls to the floor, and there's no sign that it was ever there. And the wall stops shaking. It writes a scathing critique.
Well, it seems we might have a ghostly ally.
Huh. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. We've been in here for a very short time, and it's quite unlike any other archaeology expedition I've been on. So, cheers.
Katrin says, that was really weird, but it didn't feel scary. It's like, I don't know. It wasn't my ghost, I can tell you that much.
Well, yeah,
No, I know where your ghost is.
Varis just stands there impassively.
Har is so angry about this.
Yeah, and he just doesn't even, like, look back at you or anything. It's like he's completely not acknowledging you at all, Ara, which is probably unusual.
She is definitely shooting daggers at Katrin. Like, she's not happy about this, like, at all. She wasn't happy when it happened to Midge. She's definitely not happy that it's happening to, like, her, like, time friend and love, and she's pissed. She is absolutely livid.
So, do you think we should just keep going?
Yes.
I'd say so. But at least we know that there's some presences in here that aren't all bad.
You see what, Saito? Oh, don't read that. Don't read that. Well, you can because you're not playing. But Saito, this is in the adventure. I didn't put this in.
So
Like,
is there?
second
So
room.
we're around a corner. Are we still in a hallway, or are we in a room?
So you kind of come around the corner, and now you're in a hallway that's twice as wide. And this is a very distinctive-looking hallway. The ceiling is also 20 feet high, so the ceiling itself has gone up 10 feet from the hallway you were in. And there are bas-reliefs carved into both sides, the northern wall and the southern wall of this hallway. Each 10-foot section of the wall has a 9-foot high, 4-foot wide, 3-inch deep door-shaped recess containing a bas-relief carving of a demon, and each one depicts a different kind of demon. If you want to try to identify specific demons, you're going to have to make Arcana checks, but basically there are all sorts of different demons in each 10-foot section of the wall in these sort of inset bas-relief sections. As you look down the hallway, you see a skeleton laying on the floor. But it doesn't look like a human skeleton. In fact, it appears to have a beak and bird-like hands and feet. One of its arms is outstretched on the floor, pointing directly to one of the specific demon bas-reliefs.
Oh boy. That's a bit ominous, yeah.
How many carvings are there?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You recognize one of them immediately, Ara.
Ugh.
One of them is definitely a Yaklal, which is a type of demon that are very frequently summoned by priestesses of Lolth. They're considered handmaidens of Lolth. So they're a very drow-specific type of demon that you've seen before, more than once.
Ugh. Now she's antsy and pissed off. Like, she doesn't have Varis to talk to about this.
None of the carvings have precious gems for eyes.
Sardick, would you mind maybe ascertaining a cause of death of that thing up there? Or might... I don't know, I just don't like seeing dead things because, you know, it reminds me that we might do the same.
All right, I'll go ahead and take a look at it. I know what you mean. We just saw that nobleman back there right at the entryway. Hopefully we don't have corpses just littering this place all over.
Well, from my notes, we might actually.
Is everyone else sort of just moving up with Sardick? Or, I mean, Katrin is for sure.
I would, because I'm assuming that Varis would keep moving.
Yeah, he keeps moving.
As well.
Yes.
Can I Arcana the one that the corpse is, or the skeleton is pointing at?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Sardick moves over near the skeleton. Katrin moves a step ahead of him, and she's staring ahead. At the end of this hallway, in front of you guys, you see a set of stairs going down. They don't look like they descend very far, though, into a much larger room filled with pillars. But you don't see anything in there besides pillars. I mean, you're not in that room yet, so you can't see it clearly. You can just see there's stairs going down and some pillars. But right where you are, there is this strange skeleton that seems like some sort of humanoid bird. But there's no skin or clothes or feathers. There's just the bones.
Would he be able to tell how long it's been dead?
Yeah, go ahead and make, yeah, we'll get to the Arcana check in just a second. Go ahead and make a medicine check. Or investigation, but I think your medicine's probably better for you anyway. It seems like it's been dead a very long time. I mean, it's been dead long enough that there's no really way to tell how long it's been dead without like scientific procedures and stuff. It's been dead long enough that all the moisture is gone from it, all of the flesh is completely rotted away or whatever. I mean, it's just ancient bones. And now that you're a little closer, Sardick, you notice a small brown mound on the floor directly in front of the demon sculpture that the skeleton is pointing to, which Ara is walking over and inspecting herself. With your Arcana check, you don't sense anything magical about this carving.
Watch yourself, R. Take a look on the floor there. There's something over there.
All right, I would look down and investigate it.
All right, it looks like a mound of droppings from some sort of animal.
Lovely.
They look relatively fresh. And there's also some little bits of silvery gray fur on the floor around the droppings.
Oh. Could I deduce that the monkey's probably been here at that point?
You can make an investigation check. Anybody who wants to inspect the... Anybody who wants to make a poop investigation check.
Midge would love to.
So is Midge gonna walk up there?
Yeah, she's kind of been watching all of this occur from a distance, and then after a beat, she would like slowly approach, cast guidance on herself, and make an investigation check of the. And I think,
I suppose,
well, I don't know if that's gonna help my.
Since it involves an animal, you could actually roll nature if you want. Or even survival.
Okay, in that case, I'd rather do survival, which is higher. Is it higher? It is higher.
Alright, this is definitely from a monkey, and the fur does appear to be consistent with the fur that you saw on the monkey earlier, if you saw the monkey earlier.
I think we all did in the magical...
Yeah, I'm just not sure who was actually paying attention and who wasn't. That's up to you.
Well, it's...
Although it did make kind of a scene with a big dancing spectral minotaur and all that, so it probably caught everyone's attention.
Yeah.
Also,
pretty certain it's monkey.
Now that Midge, you've moved up closer, now you've got all of them behind you.
I blast him. Just kidding.
Now that you've moved up closer, Midge, you specifically, with your incredibly keen vision, notice a sort of... And by the way, you guys didn't identify... Oh, you made an Arcana check, Ara. Okay. Mm-hmm. You actually do know what this demon is.
Okay.
This is a Naufeshni. That's the type of demon that it is, this carving. And Midge notices a sort of outline around this, as though there's a little gap between this and the surrounding stones. And you're pretty sure this is actually a door, although you don't see any way to open it.
So Roscoe,
I'd still point that out to everybody.
Roscoe's kind of been walking around with his lantern in one hand and the magic coin in the other. And when Midge points that out, he'll kind of like make his way over a little bit faster. He's like, you found a door.
Yeah, it seems to be, it's like etched into the wall.
Huh. Well, why don't I take a quick look, see if it can open?
Or maybe we should check and see if all of them have doors and then not open anything that leads to like some sort of circle of hell.
Well, I won't open it quite yet. I'll just kind of see how it opens. That's a good idea, So with Roscoe kind of walking around with the coin, did the coin vibrate at any point during all of this?
No.
I'll just take a quick look if y'all don't mind.
It vibrates when it gets within 1 foot of your book, or if you're keeping it within 1 foot of your book, then it's constantly vibrating.
I was thinking about like holding it out just like in front of the statues and kind of like as I'm looking at them, just have it out there. When I guess his arm is longer than a foot, so we should be good there.
Yeah, but if you ever pass within 1 foot of any of the other people's items, it would vibrate as well. But it hasn't vibrated from anything else thus far.
Well, can I make an investigation check on said outline?
Yeah, so you move up in front of the door next to Midge. And you can make an investigation check, absolutely.
Midge, can you tell me what you found here?
Wow. That's pretty good. Oh, by the way, I didn't tell y'all, but you do have some more XP in your lives
Always good.
from last time. So thus far, you have all earned 4,250 XP apiece. Combined with what you started with for being level 5, that means all of you currently have 10,750 XP. And I think you need 15,000 for your next level. Or 14,000.
14.
Yeah, so last session you earned 1,250. The session before that you earned 1,500.
No.
So, again, I'm keeping track of that, so you don't really have to, but just for your own knowledge.
So
Alright,
did
so
I,
with your
if I-
investigation, you're able to easily find a hidden catch in one of the armpits of the Nalfechny that has a little hidden latch that you can open.
always got a look in the armpit. It's one of the first places you hide a trigger. Should we open it? I think this
No.
little latch here should open the hinges that are behind it if it looks like what I expect it to be.
Before we do that, I think that we should investigate some of these other things because these literally might be doors that lead to something that we're not capable of handling. Like, she's absolutely terrified that we're going to open a door that's going to lead us to, like, a demon pit.
Yeah, if there's another like relief by where Midge is standing, like next to that one that we found the door in, can I just do like a investigation or something to see if there's another door by?
But I hear someone mention something about a monkey.
Midge would point to the ground near Roscoe. Looks like it relieved itself here before moving on.
Really?
If you're gonna check all the reliefs, that's fine. And if Midge is doing it, then you've got your passive perception based on sight of 22, right? With your Eyes of the Eagle thing. So you don't find any other. Now, you can take longer to search if you want. Like the way I like to do it is basically if you're doing a brief search of an area, like as you're moving through, you just use your passive perception. If you want to stop and like really search a very specific area in depth, you can take more time to do it, like a whole minute, and then you can make a roll and try to get higher than your passive, but I'm assuming you're not going to spend a half an hour searching these walls.
No, with just my passive, Midge would give a quick glance to all the other ones and say that she doesn't see anything similar to that particular.
So, do you open it? You can see that the fur does look like the same fur, Nox.
Well, here's the thing. We're looking for hidden stuff, right? And, I mean, what better place to find a hidden thing than a hidden door? I mean, walking through the hallway kind of got us, attacked.
This is as good of a sign of Hathor as any that I'm seeing here. I would say we're meant to go through this door.
So, let me do one last check out. Actually, so wait, looking for traps, would that also be on Midge's passive perception thing, or is that another thing that we would do separately?
Well, she could maybe detect it with the passive perception, and you could find the specifics of it with the investigation. But that's rolled into the checks you guys have already made. So your current investigation check would have already found a trap if there was one, unless the trap is so hard to find that it's over the 25 that you got.
I think at least this is pretty safe. I mean, you could be very like, we don't know what's on the other side of it, and we don't exactly have a safe place to run to, but
Ara just kind of does like a sarcastic laugh, and she's like, yes, because a skeleton pointing to a demonic-looking door is definitely the way to go.
This is the way
But
to progress.
she shrugs. Well, she like also points down. There's a whole other room. It's not like we're at a dead end.
Yeah, but do you really think we're going to find the most exciting stuff by taking the same path that every schmuck who walks down here takes?
It looks like it's possible that every schmuck does take this passage. There's a skeleton pointing to it. It's very, very foreboding and ominous and foreshadowing. She's just like, let's go, but like her main concern right now is that Varis is not of himself, and she's not sure how well she can protect him. And going into something that might possibly kill them all,
Roscoe
she's just
definitely.
But she hasn't voiced this.
Roscoe has
I will
no
say
idea
that it was pretty well hidden. No one in the group noticed it except for Midge, and Midge, you barely noticed it. I mean, it was not easy to find.
But her logic is that there was a skeleton pointing directly to it. The monkey took a poop in front of it. Like, the monkey was like, poop, nope, don't go here. Like, that's where her logic is going.
Katrin's just looking around nervously. She says, I mean, if we just leave it behind us, what if something comes out of there and comes up behind us?
Well, that's why we have smart people in the back, right, Midge? That's where you are now.
What? I mean, I'm at the side right now. Kind of depends on where you say front is, right?
Well, look, I would kind of like to give it a shot, you know?
Ara just stares at him and says, if Varis dies, I have no problem killing all of you.
That's the second time I've been threatened to get killed by a drought.
I'm sure it won't come to that. The nurturing mother will protect us. And we have no fear of...
Go ahead, Nox.
And we have no fear of demons such as these. They cannot harm the nurturing mother.
Alright, I'm gonna do it then. Yeah, let's do it. No fears at all doing it. And Roscoe's gonna reach out and flip the switch in the arm.
Alright, there's a click, and the door opens just slightly. Katrin says, don't worry, to Ara. I'll protect Varis.
Ara doesn't say anything, she just looks at her.
Sorry, did the thing open up or did it just kind of move out?
It sort of popped open just so that it's just barely ajar, but it didn't like swing open. Oh, I might not have had my button pushed down just then. It sort of popped open so that it's just barely ajar, but it didn't actually swing all the way open.
Can I push it open a little bit to see what we're looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you push it open, you see a tunnel leading away, which looks rough-hewn, like not clean, well-built stone walls like the passages you've been in so far. And it looks pretty narrow, like you'll only be able to fit through it single file. Oh, how do I... Now I have to figure out how to actually show that. How to actually show it so that you guys can see the lighting can go through there and stuff. Hold on.
It's under the dynamic lighting. You have to click on it for where you can select like tokens and map and stuff. And then you should be able to remove the red line, I think, if it's set through the dynamic lighting.
Did that
Whoa,
work?
was there a door opening sound too?
I thought I heard that.
It might have been someone's chair squeaking, but that was like perfect.
I think it was my chair squeaking.
I'm gonna take credit for it. That was...
Yeah, I was so impressed. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I planned that.
Can you guys see in there now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, not too far in, but a little bit.
Yeah, just where your light and or line of sight is showing so far.
Well, who wants to go first?
You lead the way.
My faith shields me, and I believe this is definitely the way we should go. And Sardick will go on and head on in and sort of look around at the walls and their make and that kind of thing.
Alright, so Sardick's gonna kind of go in the front.
Yeah, he's eagerly entering that.
Alright, well, it's a rough-hewn, somewhat narrow tunnel. You know, around 5 foot wide, not exactly an even uniform width, though, since it's not worked stone. It also seems to be descending slightly, which you're able to pick up on as a dwarf, but the others might not have actually noticed that.
I wonder if this is a certain shortcut to somewhere. I can tell this is sloping just slightly. I can feel it in my scrot.
It's a shortcut to hell.
Sardick is eagerly entering the passage, yeah. Katrin says, so I can go first if you want.
Nonsense, but stick behind, and Sardick's gonna go on in further and take a look around.
All right, so
I have a quick
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
before we proceed. If I snap my fingers in front of Varis's face, like he is completely non-responsive, like even as Velgara.
No, it's not that he's non-responsive. He's not a zombie. He notices you snapping your fingers and sort of glances at you, but he just seems completely uninterested.
All right. I'm gonna ask Katrin to let Velgara like back in, just because like I want him to be able to be reactive and fight. Like I don't want him to be apathetic to a fight.
She says, "No, he will fight like this. He will fight.
Okay.
Valgar will still make him fight to defend himself or defend me, but he just won't talk or try to push me around."
No, that's a plus. All right, as long as I know that, like I'm not gonna have to like shield him, and he's like not gonna just like stand there and not be reactive towards like imminent danger. I feel better going into this tunnel.
You know what I wish you could do in Roll20? I wish you could minimize things. Like if I opened up a character sheet, I mean, I know you can technically drag the edges and resize it, but like if there was an easy button to just kind of make it really small and then make it big
can
again.
do that.
You
Wait,
can't.
you can.
Double click the top part where the name is.
What? What sorcery is this?
Roll20.
Oh, cool. I didn't know you could do that. Thanks. Alright, so Sardick's proceeding in.
Yes.
Alright, unless anybody else tries to go in right behind him, Katrin will go in right behind him. Then who goes third?
Maybe Varis because of the whole, that.
Yeah, and then I'll
Varys
follow
will kind of
behind
just
Varys.
follow Katrin, and then then Ara follows, and then Roscoe in the back. Oh wait, there's also Midge probably in
Then
the way
Midge,
back.
yeah. Midge after you. Oh, I'm, going in the back.
I kind of narrow my eyes at Roscoe, and I'll walk behind Ara.
Ara throws back the comment, for someone who wanted to open this, you sure seem to be the last one to want to come in.
I'm not afraid. And, like he like directly projects into your head like I'm terrified, but like it's not in like words. It's more of like this like kind of like sense that you get, like not just that you read his emotion, but like you get this understanding like more clear than just reading his face that he is actually like.
Yeah, she like it was more of a sarcastic, like she's just angry that like Varis is gone. So like she made the comment not intentionally trying to feed into Midge's like paranoia in any way.
I guess what I'm saying is that the thing that you got was based
No,
on.
I know I got
Oh, yeah.
I got for you, but where you were the last one to go in and you're like, hey Midge, go ahead, ha ha ha. She's sort of just like I like my comment, I like it wasn't intentional to fuel her paranoia if that's what it ends up doing.
We can only walk single file though, right? Like it's too narrow of a passage for okay.
Yeah, but I caught that, but I don't say anything because I mean I'm probably just as scared, and I'm not gonna admit that.
Sounds good.
Alright. They seem awfully eager to get you into this tight passage, Midge. They want to take you into this tight space. I wonder why. So the passage descends a short distance, and as you proceed down the passage, a sort of unpleasant odor begins to fill the air that grows stronger as you go forward. Midge, to you, it actually smells really comforting. It smells just like the sewers. To everyone else, it doesn't smell so good.
Huh.
Bilge. Reminds me of bilge water back on the ship.
Katrin
Becky.
has put her dagger away and is now holding her nose with one hand, with a sour look on her face.
Roscoe's gonna keep like throwing glances behind him with the lantern too, just to kind of watch our back.
Midge, who's been like sneaking peeks over her shoulder, is gonna say like in a real low voice, like, you sure are jumpy down here. You think something's gonna pop out, or any idea?
Look, I was top of my class in the Department of Field Archaeology. This is, just healthy precaution. How... are you scared?
Not scared, just keeping my wits about. This place seems to mess with your mind, you can't really trust anything that happens down here.
Well, yeah. The Mad Mage is known to do that sort of thing. But good thing we're all together, right? It helps to have a group that we can... Hey, watch out, you're going to trip on... Oh, you saw it. Never mind. Let's keep going.
Alright, so you follow this about 60 feet. And it goes down slightly, but it's mostly level. And it opens up into a room. It opens up into an oddly shaped room. It opens up to about a 60-foot long by 20 feet wide chamber. Now this chamber is again carved of stone with stone walls, much like the passages you were in before. It's not a rough hewn cavern. And there are two large alcoves off of the main room. It's completely dark in here. Of course, you have your dark vision, and then Katrin is right behind you, and her shield is shedding a little bit of light. So you can see, of course, in black and white with your dark vision, and you can see a little bit right in front of you from the actual light. Well, of course, then Roscoe's coming up the back, and he's got the huge lantern, but because of the curve of the passage and everything, his lantern light's not getting in here yet. But you come in, there's a big statue in the alcove to the north. I suppose everybody's probably just moving into the room, right? I mean, you don't see anything in here in terms of anything alive.
On the ground, other than our tracks, like of the people ahead of us, were there animal tracks? Like, did I see monkey print?
You do not.
All right. So the monkey probably did its business and then just continued on its way. It did not find its way into the secret.
The monkey tricked us.
Still, there must be a reason. There must be something that we're here to find.
Death.
Yeah, death for our enemies. Oh, sorry, I get excited sometimes.
Alright, yeah, I mean, you guys can move your tokens wherever you want. It just puts you in the room. So, you see this large statue, which is the star on the map. Looks like some sort of fish man. A humanoid with the features of a fish. The room itself is full of water. In the side of the room that you're on, the water is only a few inches deep, but it begins getting, the floor in the room is slanted downwards as it goes west. So you can see that the water gets deeper and deeper. Well, you can't really see that, I guess, but you can see that you can guess that it would, if the floor is slanting the way that it is, that the water seems to get deeper as it goes from the east wall to the west wall. And it's foul, nasty sewer type of water. I mean, the smell in here is pretty awful. The water is not clean at all. And this statue is actually submerged up to its chest. The Fishman statue. The statue itself is emitting a very dim purple radiance. The head of the statue is actually facing backwards, right? I mean, you've got the whole body facing south, but the head is turned around and is facing north, looking very unnatural on the neck. It looks like it's not supposed to be facing that way. And one of the arms of the Fishman statue has been broken off and is nowhere to be seen.
So if the statue is like submerged up to its chest in water, like the water just starts getting pretty deep as this like declines, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How tall is the statue?
The statue looks to be around the same height as a typical human man would be, maybe a little bit taller, maybe a little more than 6 feet tall.
Okay.
So if you're standing right in front of the statue, depending on how tall you are, the water would come up to your chest or
It'd
your
be over my
shoulders.
head.
Yeah, I don't know how... Is your character pretty short?
I'm 4'9".
Holy crap! You're tiny.
Oh,
She is.
so
Or
if
like a
you're-
Keebler elf.
If you're right in front of the statue, yeah, I would say it's... Basically, if you look at the far east end of the room, the water's only like a couple of inches deep there, and for every 10 feet that you go westward, the water gets like a foot deeper.
Mm.
If I look into the water with my half-elf eyes, do I see any movement, like shadows or creatures?
No, the water is too filthy to be able to see anything in it.
Does it feel like regular water, or does it feel like there's things sort of bumping into our legs as we move?
It feels like regular water. You don't see anything disturbing the water other than your own movements.
How tall is the ceiling in here?
It's 20 feet high.
Are the walls wet at all?
Yeah.
Like above where the water line is?
Oh. No, only so much as you actually splash water up onto them by moving, you know, but other than
Okay.
that, above the water line and wherever the water is sort of sloshing from your own movements through it, the walls would be dry. Catherine says, "Oh, it really stinks in here. What is
No,
that
that's-
thing?" She points at the statue. She says, "What is that thing?"
That looks like a really nasty-ass fish statue, I'll give you that.
You guys don't even know it. That's we have an in joke from another D&D game about nasty ass fish. So he had to get
God.
nasty ass fish in there.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, did Hathor approve of that language? But apparently yes.
I just laughed because it was kind of stating the obvious.
Does Sardick recognize what that statue is or what it's depicting at all?
Anybody who wants to try to determine what the statue is of can make a nature check.
I'll let you guys in on a secret. Midge is not good at those.
I don't think I will be either.
Hey.
Wow, you guys are all terrible except for Roscoe.
If I had to
Who's
step out
not
into
even in the
water
room?
to do so,
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna,
what's Roscoe
be around
doing?
the corner. Roscoe has not had to tramp around in muddy water very much, so he's hesitant right now.
All right, Roscoe, you know what it is. It's a Sahuagin. It's a race of evil aquatic humanoids that can be found in the oceans as well as in the Underdark.
So would I have recognized that anyway? Regardless? Sort of
Not-
like I
not really.
recognized the demon.
Not really, because Drow typically have no real dealings with Sahuagin. They'd usually be in different parts of the Underdark from where the Drow are.
Okay.
More aquatic areas.
You said that the head was turned in a natural direction. Is it facing this way?
Yes, the head is turned completely around facing north, even though the rest of the body is facing south. And like I said, the whole statue is glowing with a dim purple aura.
All right, Midge is gonna start sloshing like down and then over. So she keeps everybody in her sight, but she wants to kind of get deeper in this water, this delicious water, and see if she can see or get a glimpse of what this statue is looking at, like what it's facing.
All right, so go ahead and move your token where you want to move to.
So like right there.
From where
And she
you
just
are,
does
it
this, like
just-
she doesn't seem like she cares about the water at all.
Yeah, the water's only about 3.5 feet deep where you are. So it just looks like a wall as far as you can see. I mean, I don't know, where are you shining the lantern right now, Will?
Roscoe is still back on dry land, so he'll try and be helpful with the angle, but until he feels the need to, he's kind of trying to keep his feet out of the water.
But all of you have dark vision, so I mean, it's not like you totally can't see, even if there's no light shining anywhere. But it's like dim light for you if it's actually in darkness. Katrin.
Well, technically the light should be reflecting off the wall behind, so it should be dim light, and then for someone who has dark vision, it might be a little bit better. I don't know. If you want the lantern, you can come and get it, I guess.
Ara turns around and says, "Come join us."
The water's fine.
Katrin looks disgusted by this water. She seems torn by a desire to move forward and a desire to not go any deeper into the water. But she seems really interested in the statue. She's staring at it.
Well, thank you for the offer. And Sardick will go ahead and take the lantern, and he'll just sort of do like a little bit of a spread his legs and kind of plant a foot on the wall, and then just start walking along the wall over behind the statue.
All right. Is its head supposed to be like that? Says Katrin.
No, they're normally more humanoid in form, as far as, the orientation of the heads and stuff.
So move yourself where you want to go.
Okay, so Sardick is actually on the wall now, walking around just normally. And he's going to kind of walk like on the wall and around it and over behind it and sort of look around and see, like, shine the light around of the lantern,
The
kind of
light's being
take a
weird
look
back
himself.
there. So I'm just going to take it back for now, and you can just describe.
All right, when you get to this point, when you get to this point, Sardick, you suddenly feel a pain in your head. A rapidly growing pain, as though someone is stabbing your brain with a dagger.
Yes.
Whoa.
Ah, Barzul, that's smart. And he's going to take a couple steps back.
I need you to make a DC 10 intelligence saving throw.
Yeah, because I'm great at those.
Oof. It's not good.
Oh.
Alright. You suffer 7 points of psychic damage as this searing pain, like something is just crushing your brain inside your skull. And that was a surprise round. At this point, now that this has happened, you see a slight ripple in the water ahead of you, and by ahead of you I mean to the west of you, behind the statue. And now that you're kind of crying out in pain, everybody can roll initiative. Because something is starting to happen in the water.
Now, was that like a psychic attack that was able to strike Sardick while he wasn't in the water?
What do you mean, while he wasn't in the water?
Because he is using the boots.
Yeah, what do the boots do?
The boots let him just walk around walls and on ceilings and wherever he might like to.
Hey, Anonymous, how you doing?
Oh, like slippers of spider climb?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh yeah, you said you're on the walls. That's what you meant. You're literally on the walls.
Right,
Yeah,
literally on the wall.
It does. It still affects you. It has nothing to do with being in the water.
Okay, so it wasn't like a something stung him in the water. It was just a
No,
mind
purely,
blast.
purely mental attack. You're not sure where it came from, if it came from the statue or something else, but you do see a slight ripple in the water,
Gotcha.
like right over there. Although you don't see anything in there. All right, so everybody's rolling initiative, right? Is that a thing we're doing?
Mm-hmm. Could you go with your .14?
Woo!
All right, let me get this going here. Hold on. Sardick got a 17. Roscoe got an 8.
I think it's quite appropriate. He's just trying to get into the water right now.
Hey, y'all, I could have cast a water walk at some point ritually, but I didn't. I thought about it, but then I thought it'd be funnier to have Roscoe come into the water.
Can I also just say that
has
my
an
lantern
initiative.
has the same initiative? The lantern has the same initiative as me.
I don't know why the lantern is on the turn tracker.
Oh, because I think I tried to select myself, but the lantern's on top of Roscoe, so I think I actually...
Alright, how come there's 2 midget? Hold on.
I only see Ara Sardick Edge one time.
I just
So,
deleted the... Wait, I just saw
I
another
only have an
Roscoe.
8. Yeah, I just put that so I'm on the board, but my actual initiative's an 8, so if you want to
Wait,
adjust
you're already on the board. Oh, you guys can't see the ones that are already
No,
there?
we can't see the previous turn orders.
So all we can see right now is our characters and not Varis or Katrin.
Right.
And the reason the lantern was on was because I clicked on the lantern instead of Roscoe, which means I rolled my initiative for the lantern.
I think you
token.
can actually change your own number. If you just click on your number, you should be able to change it yourself.
Aha, you're right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, sorry. It's been a long time since I ran any combats in Roll20.
I'm just the
So
roll
kind of
20
giving-
help.
Roll20 help? Nice.
Just click on me and I'll help you.
I'm picturing like the MS Office paperclip. It looks like you're trying to write a letter.
And Varis' initiative.
Oh, that was a Roscoe line of sight thing. That's why I couldn't see back there.
Alright, let me put these in order.
You can actually right-click on, there's like a settings thing, and it can put in descending order, and that'll automatically line it up.
Alright, perfect. So, Sardick has cried out in pain. You feel this lancing pain in your head. I don't know what you... Do you say anything? Nox?
Yeah, basically I said, "Ah, Barzul, that's smart!" And he took a step back just on the wall.
Okay. So... The water all along the whole, like, sort of western wall of this room, all along the whole, like, say, western 15 feet or so of the room you're in, starts to just slightly ripple, like just a few little ripples start passing through it as though something's happening in the water, but you can't tell what. So, Midge, you can now react. Something's happened to Sardick.
Can I also see the ripples in the water? Or no, because the statue might be in my way based on where it is and where Midge is standing.
No, yeah, you can see the ripples because they're the entire 15-foot like section of the whole room to the west. So, yeah. I mean, the ripples don't cover that whole area, but they're interspersed throughout that area.
Oh, okay. It's like it's a 15-foot space where things are just rippling.
Yeah,
In
basically,
that case,
all of the water west of the statue is kind of starting to ripple a little bit.
Okay then. Midge is going to... Let me double check. Okay, bonus action. She's going to cast Shillelagh on her quarterstaff. Ready an attack for when she sees something pop out of the water. And...
Are you going to move at all?
yeah. She's gonna get a little closer to the statue and then look over at Sardick and say, "What happened? What happened?"
What did you do?
You guys can talk in between turns, even when it's not your turn. It doesn't take any actions. So feel free to... I mean, within reason. Obviously, you can't sit there and have a 30-minute conversation in between turns, but...
Oh, man.
Would you like any tea? I can get some out now if you want to.
You could filibuster the DM like, oh, we can talk between turns. I would like to do a reading from Charles Dickens.
Nice.
We'll wait out the clock.
Man, my damn head hurts like I've been having meat all night.
Midge just kind of makes a face at that and like kind of holds her quarterstaff up just a little bit higher.
All right, so Midge is readied and has Shillelagh going. Katherine's looking around confused. She says, Sardick, what's wrong? What happened? Are you okay? Did the statue hurt you? And as she says this, she's starting to wade over in your direction.
Careful, there's something in the water.
So now she's looking down into the water, kind of alarmed. She stops holding her nose and pulls her dagger back out. She has her shield up. And she's staring down intently into the water. And yeah, she's gonna do just what Midge did, which is ready in action. Alright, it's your turn, Nox. What is Sardick doing?
Sardick will sort of stare and try and see if he can see anything of exactly where something might have attacked him from, if that makes sense.
Well, you really don't know since it was a purely psychic attack, so you don't have a sense of where it could have come from. Other than the fact that there's little ripples in the water to the west of you now.
Sardick will force himself to sort of take a deep, calming breath and just sort of stifle the urge to just spit out a foul litany of sailor venom and bile, and just sort of relax himself and go, the Quiet One protects, the Quiet One shelters, the Quiet One shields our minds, protects us from harm by the power of harmony. And focusing upon that goodness and that nurturing aspect, he instills a blessing upon himself and the two others that he can see, Midge and Katrin.
So that's another bless spell?
That is a bless at level 1.
That requires concentration, right?
Yes, it does.
Alright, who are you casting on? Midge and...
Midge, Katrin, and himself.
Okay, so, Midge, when you feel this blessing come upon you, you feel this sense of peace and comfort, like a nurturing feeling. And you feel harmony with your companions, and temporarily, while you're under the effects of this bless spell, your paranoia is suppressed.
Oh, nice.
So it feels very comforting. And Katrin just sort of smiles. She looks very calm. She says, "Thank you. Such a good feeling." She seems to have forgotten the danger for a moment.
You're most welcome. The Blessed Mother will shield us, but keep on guard, child.
Okay. So other than casting Bless, what else do you do?
Sardick will basically have his weapon, his warhammer in his hand, and kind of keep lookout and just be scanning the water just to sort of see where anything might come from, but that's basically all he can do.
What do you have in your hands?
Ooh, that's a good question. Sardick still has the lantern. Okay, in that case, Sardick would have his shield out and he would have Roscoe's lantern.
Okay. So you have called down the blessing of Hathor. Which lasts for what, a minute? Or until concentration is broken?
Yes.
Okay. Varis' turn. Varis scans the water, looking for threats, and he decides to delay. Ara.
Ara is going to grab Varis' arm and step back this way with him if possible. She's just kind of pulling him with her towards the entrance.
Alright, he lets himself be pulled.
And she will just basically ready a spell for an actual threat. Like, she doesn't want to, no one else is doing anything. She doesn't want to instigate a situation that might not even be a situation.
What are you readying?
I will ready one of my I will say that my cantrip will be Firebolt.
Alright. Roscoe, what are you doing?
So with the nature check that I had about Sahagin earlier, would I know, did anything else register about like their tactics or what they normally do or anything like that that resembles this situation?
What was your check result?
Above 20, but let me double check. 22.
That's pretty good. Alright, well, you know that they're fairly intelligent, at least as intelligent as humans. They do have some magic users among them, and they have priests. They fight with weapons, typically. And they are known to sort of go into a frenzy when they get into battle. They can also command some other aquatic wildlife. Typically, they're known to work with sharks.
I will yell out, "Watch out for the deep water," and kind of like drop the big backpack that he's got on his back, like fumble around, find a short bow and an arrow, and like knock it. And he's going to have it ready for if he can see anything threatening one of his friends that is also in a square right next to them.
Okay. And you're staying right where you are?
Yeah, he doesn't want to go in the water if he doesn't feel like he has to.
Okay. So, Sardick, how about another intelligence saving throw?
Sure. That makes 10 with Bless.
Ah, hashtag thank you, Bless. Bless actually made it happen. So, you feel this psychic assault upon your mind, and then the comforting peace of Hathor wells up within you. You feel your brain begin to swell as though an udder full of milk, and it is impervious to harm. Midge, make a intelligence saving throw. You feel a psychic force attempting to assault your mind, and you're able to just stubbornly will it away, and it doesn't harm you. And because of your background, it's actually entirely possible. It's entirely possible that you have encountered creatures like this before. So what I want you to do is roll a nature check.
Oh boy.
All right, you remember this feeling. You don't remember why, you don't remember where it's from, but something that you've encountered in sewers before made you feel this way. You just can't remember exactly what it was. But you fight it off. There's a rippling in the water in the alcove to the south, a bigger rippling than before. And this time the ripples move, and they move northward to about right there where I pinged.
I did not see a ping.
Yeah, I missed the ping.
It might be on a different layer.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys see it now?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So the water, something moved under the water very clearly from the alcove to the south up to that area that I just pinged. And now you feel another assault upon your mind. Midge, make another intelligence saving throw. Oh.
Gotta add that plus.
Even though you saved, Nox, you actually still take 5 damage. Psychic.
Oh, that was Nox? I thought it was me.
That was for Nox. For you, Midge, you made both saves, but you still take, from each of the 2 assaults, you take 7 psychic damage. Even though you resist it, it still hurts you some. So you just took 14 damage, actually.
I sure did.
So what you're at 29?
Yep.
Okay, great. I mean, not great for you, but
Is it though? Are we sure about that?
again, another ripple through the water, coming from the southern alcove and ending up around here. And Midge, unfortunately, you're the closest person. Another assault upon your mind. Make one more intelligence saving throw. Well, each time you've made it.
But I'll take
This time,
some
however, you're still going to take
anyway.
6 more points of psychic damage, yeah. It's just a searing pain, as though your brain itself is being liquefied. And now the water begins to still yet again. You don't see anything under the water. But you saw that things were moving, and you've now been assaulted by what felt like 3 separate sharp stabbing attacks in your mind. Alright, so Varis was delaying He's been pulled back by Ara. He doesn't see anybody that he can attack or anything. So, let me just see if there's anything else Varis would do. He's going to cast Minor Illusion. So drawing upon the dark, shadowy magic within him, he pulls darkness from the shadows from around the corners and behind the statue, and they form themselves into an image. And he creates what looks like a copy of himself, but standing over here in this area. So he makes another fake Varis over there. Although it's a little bit smaller than he is in real life. Because it's only 5 feet tall.
It's still bigger than me.
He makes a mini Varis. It's not moving or doing anything. It's not making any sound or... But there's an image of a mini Varis right there. And that's all he's going to do. Oops, I skipped Midge. It's back to your turn, Midge.
All right. Well, after that, Midge is going to turn back to like Katrin and then beyond, kind of like looking at Ara to, you know, grab Varis or whatever, and she's going to say, hey, there's a lot of these things, so I think we need to get the heck out of here. And turning back, where was the last place that I saw ripples? It was like around here, maybe?
Yeah, around here. Maybe just to the south of where mini Varis is.
Okay, then in that case, from let me see if I can draw a... Oops. Okay, this is about to not be a square, but it should be a square, so it's going to go back one. That way, I'm going to drop a fairy fire. And then I'm going to move on back.
All right. So, 20-foot cube. You've outlined each object in green, blue, or violet light. Which color would you like to choose?
It's kind of this like sickly green color.
Ah, sickly. Sewery green.
One
Man, that
might
was
say.
a good idea. All right. Well, Mini Varis is not actually an object. He's an illusion, so it doesn't affect him. But the creatures that are in that area will get a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, the DC is 15.
That's pretty high. All right, let's make some saving throws here. All of them fail their save. This was a great time to use Fairy Fire.
Oh, amazing.
And now they are visible under the water. 3 of them. I will put them on the token layer so that you can see them.
So does this mean Roscoe can release his shot?
I mean, I just got brain attacked like 3 times, so if you want to shoot something, that would be awesome.
I'm just making sure that this counts enough for the trigger, because I said specifically next to somebody, but I feel like this... Yeah. I guess it just depends how specific you're going to make those triggers.
I'm having token issues here. Hold on. Can you see 3 of them there now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they
it's
just
a
look
matter of
like
perspective.
amorphous blobs under the water, but now they're outlined in your glowing fairy fire, which you have to keep concentration on.
Yep.
I think Roscoe might not have dark vision or something, because I can't see any tokens that are in dim light.
There's also something going on with the light layer because I can see 2 of them. One of them very clearly with the lantern light, one of them kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, I see that kind of one now, actually, yeah.
I think the lighter ones are just because they're in like what would be considered like part of like your dim vision versus your regular vision.
But they're all giving off light now, actually, so... Oh, but they shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. So all dim light.
Oh, right, they are shedding dim light in a 10-foot radius, which for all of you with dark vision counts as if it were full light, so you can see them quite clearly now.
Would you say that Roscoe can release his shot at one of them now?
Yeah, go ahead. At the closest
All right.
one, because the other 2 I don't think you have real good.
Yeah, I think the
sight
one
to.
that's kind of down at the bottom makes like a good...
Yeah, you can,
And
you can
then
shoot.
Do
And
I
apparently
have advantage?
You do, because Fairy Fire gives advantage.
Cool. So I get to roll this 3 times. So I'm gonna hit it twice, but I'll take the second one.
You'll take the crit?
Yeah, that one looks pretty good to me. So that is
A lot of damage.
yeah, wait,
Sneak
so the
attack.
2d6 sneak attack is actually, so that's the max damage of the sneak attack. So that, okay, so yeah, that is 18 damage on the sneak attack. Yeah. Okay. I will take that 26 damage, please.
26 damage.
Roscoe lets out like a little bit of like a squeal as he shoots it. It's like, please hit.
All right, your arrow streaks in between your friends, expertly shot, directly into the water in a straight line to the center of this amorphous glowing mass. And ripples pass through the water. You hear a little plopping sound. And it is gone.
Nice.
Roscoe's like panting a little bit heavily, like, I didn't have you do that.
Now that moves your initiative, I believe. I don't remember
I
how
don't
readying an
think
action
so.
works in 5e.
It takes my reaction, but it doesn't change
Oh,
my
it takes your reaction. That's how it works in 5e. Yeah, okay. So your initiative stays the same. Cool. Ara actually also has a readied action, which you could use if you wish.
Okay. So I will. I can't really see this one, so I'll go for this one that's in the back.
Yeah, you can see that one, no problem.
So I will cast my spell. If my Computer will work.
Some oozes do, Saito, but not these oozes. And you have advantage as well.
I'll roll the advantage just in case. No.
Alright, wow. 14 fire damage?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, the fire goes into the water and seems to have a reduced effect on the creature, but you think you did hurt it because it squiggles around under the water as though not pleased by what just happened.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
And Katrin also had a readied action. So right after your firebolt hits that one, she just throws her dagger at it. With advantage. Okay, she hits 2. Why is there 4 million things that just popped up?
You might have hit it twice by accident. I'm not sure, but
Well, anyway, she does 11 damage then, which is enough to not kill it. But her dagger sinks into the water and embeds itself in the creature. The dagger now starts to have the glow around it. I don't think that's actually how fairy fire works. I don't think new objects entering the area get a glow, probably, but...
But it sounds cool.
But it's stuck inside a creature that has the glow, so I'm going to say you can see the outline of the dagger. It was a pretty good throw. She's done with her readied action, which makes it finally now actually Midge's turn again.
Did you went Varis and then skipped me to go back to Midge.
Yeah, I was at the top of the order, and then everybody's readied actions go off, so I think it's actually Katrin's turn again on turn order. Because I took my actual turn.
Oh, you took the turn to do the fairy fire.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Right. Your turn is over.
Yeah, but what I'm
That's
saying
right.
is when you went back to Midge, you skipped over me to go. You went from Varis to Midge.
That's because he had Varis drop to the end of initiative, so I think Varis is initiative 1 now.
You're right, because he had delayed. He had delayed until after everyone.
Oh, because you had.
And then Midge takes her turn, so it is Katrin's turn.
Okay.
She kind of looks at all of you really quick. Are we running or fighting?
I think we can take it now.
Kill the damn thing!
Okay, so she goes charging in there. She draws another dagger of the many that she seems to be carrying. Actually, since she has advantage anyway, she could just keep throwing daggers. She's going to move up some. She's going to move up to here, where the water is like 4 feet deep. How tall is she? She's 5'5", so she's still got a foot and 5 inches of herself out of the water. Maybe she won't move up that close, actually, because fighting in all that water wouldn't be too easy. So she'll be back here, where she can actually throw daggers. And she'll throw a dagger at the same ooze again. And with the advantage granted by Midge's clutch, Fairy Fire. That hits. And this time, she's able to kill it. So basically, what you guys saw was Ara cast her flame bolt over there, burned it, then Katrin just kind of quickly threw 2 daggers, and it stops moving. The glow kind of goes away when they die. I guess it really wouldn't, though, huh? Because if it affects objects, then even though they've stopped living, they'd still be glowing. But instead of being all wiggle-waggly under the water and, like, oozing, now it's just like a still, flat pool on the bottom of the water, essentially. And then she'll move up a little bit closer in the hopes of maybe being between them and you. Alright, it's Sardick's turn. All wiggle-waggly.
Okay. Does Sardick see any more sort of ripples in the water around him or anything?
No, not at the moment. You do see the one that's glowing, that's in the purple box.
Okay,
Well,
yeah, I would have...
You can't see it well because you've got the statue in between you, but...
Gotcha, and the corner as well. Okay. Sardick will go ahead and walk up on the ceiling and kind of over and down. Sort of around there, if he's able to get enough movement to do that.
Alright, so your speed is 30, and you're moving up... You're already up on the wall. So you're just moving up to the ceiling and then coming over. So are you still on the ceiling?
Yeah, he's walking. He's actually literally on the ceiling right now.
So everybody sees the dwarf literally just casually striding across the ceiling.
Yep.
Like a spider. He doesn't even have to use his hands. Katrin looks up. She's like, what? How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do that?
It was a gift from an old friend, but I don't really have the ability myself.
Alright, so what else do you do, Nux?
Sardick's going to stare down that thing in the water, that grotesque thing that would dare pierce his mind, and just go, the mother's milk on high. That which is wet shall surely rust. And a bell sounds from on high as he goes ahead and uses a particular cantrip.
Toll the dead. So you're pointing at the creature you can see. The sound of a dolorous bell fills the air. Okay, it needs to make a wisdom saving throw. What's your DC? 14? No, it does not save. So it suffers 12 necrotic damage, is that right?
Yeah, if it hasn't taken any damage, if it's at full health, and 12.
Alright, so there is some furious wiggle-waggling under the water after that. But the creature still seems to be moving around down there. Is that up for your turn?
Yes.
Alright, Ara, what are you doing?
I am going to...
He does not need an athletic check to not fall out of his boots now. I mean, it's a magical ability that it's giving him, so I assume that it
I'm going to move
includes...
first. Because I can't see where I'm standing, that thing. So, I'll move here. And then I'm going to try a different approach. And try to damage it with some cold instead.
The one that Sardick just attacked. The only one that's left.
Yeah.
Visible. Oh! Ray of Frost critical hit! Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. What are you adding to the damage?
Nothing.
Nothing. I think it's just
2D
2d8 rolled
2d8.
twice.
But I
Yeah, but when I mouse over it, it says, oh no, you're right. It's 8 plus 2, that's 2d8, and 8 and a 5 on the dice. Okay, it's not adding anything. You guys are right. So, 23 damage?
Yep.
You freeze it completely solid. There is now a ooze-shaped block of ice under there. Quite dead.
Take that.
Still glowing. Alright, then do you do anything else?
No, I just kind of stare at it for a second.
Okay, it's Roscoe's turn. You see, all the three that were made visible by the fairy fire seem to have been destroyed.
I don't see anything. Can I delay my turn similar to Varis did before? Or would that just kind of put me...
Yeah, you can
I'll just see if anything
you
else
can
starts
just
to...
delay. And then you can take your turn whenever you want before the end of the round after someone else's turn.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Alright. Up next. I'm going to say that Varis' clever little illusion trick is going to pay a dividend here. Before I do, let me just... Yeah, these things are pretty dumb. Let's look at the description of Minor Illusion real quick. Apparently we don't have that on hand. Oh, did I accidentally just... I keep accidentally closing these character sheets. Minor Illusion. If a creature uses its action to examine it, it can determine with an investigation check. Okay, well it's not doing that. It's just going to go over and attack the illusion. So, you see a rippling in the water? And that ripple kind of moves up just to the north of fake Varis. Anonymous asks, does the ray make an icicle on its way through the water? And I will say yes. It makes an icicle on its way through the water. You see a ripple in the water up to the north of Varis, and this sort of gray... Well, no, it doesn't have to come up out of the water. It's still in the water. But there's a rippling in the water around the fake Varis. The illusion is, of course, unaffected. That's all it can do. But obviously something is still moving over there under the water. It's now Varys' turn, unless Roscoe wants to take his turn right now.
I'll hold off for now.
Alright, Varys will try... He doesn't want to go wading deep into that water either. So he's just going to try an Eldritch Blast at where he thinks he saw the water rippling. He's going to have to move first, though. He's going to try, but he's going to have disadvantage. And actually, I'd say there's only a 50% chance that he even targets the right spot. So let's roll a 50% chance first. Alright. He doesn't even target the right spot anyway, so he fires off an Eldritch Blast in that direction, but it doesn't seem to hit anything. And that makes it Midge's turn unless Roscoe wants to do something. At this point, the round is ending, so if you don't take a turn now, you won't get a turn again until your next initiative count.
Yeah, I'll take a pot shot at the the spot where the movement was happening.
You're going to have to move somewhere, though, because that statue is completely in your way from where you are.
Okay. Then he might not have even seen the water rippling, to be honest.
Yeah, actually,
he saw
from where
Varis
you
make
are,
an attack.
That's true. He did see that.
He'll step out, and I'll take a pot shot, but I'm fine with an even less than 50% chance to hit at that point. So whatever you think.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to make a percentage. You can just tell me exactly which square you're targeting, and either it's the right one or it isn't.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So what do you think?
Oh, I was talking without my push to talk on. I was going to say that it's going to be hard for me not to metagame it because you were saying that it's right where Varis's illusion was. So I think, to be fair, can I just take like a 25% chance I target the right square rather than trying to decide whether or not to choose one that's right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, roll D100. Yeah, no, you don't.
So to be fair, can I say 1 through 25 is good?
Am I getting like a weird delay on your voice?
Maybe?
Oh, you haven't rolled yet. That's my roll that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I thought you'd already rolled, but no, that's my roll. Yeah, of course. 1 through
1 through
25
25
is good. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Wow, you got it.
Nice.
Hacks. It was racing through the water.
So an 8.
Yeah, because you also had disadvantage. So the 8 actually. Hold on. How does cover work in 5th edition? Does it just give you disadvantage, or does it? I think it gives them a bonus to AC.
No, it gives them a bonus to AC. I think it's like +2 for every quarter of coverage.
Yeah, so with some cover from the statue, that actually misses.
That's fair. I don't think Roscoe really should have been able to hit. So.
You could have gotten lucky. Alright, now it's Midge's turn.
Okay. I don't know if it takes an action. I don't think it does to drop concentration on fairy fire, but since everything in there is dead, I'm going to drop that concentration.
It doesn't take an action.
Oh boy. All right. I'm going to come up. Shillelagh's still on the quarterstaff, and let me see how far. Oh, geez. All right. Can't see through the water, huh?
No.
All right, I'm gonna get up to here and see if I nudge anything with my feet, or if I like feel anything come up, like essentially within melee. But I'm gonna. Oh yeah.
How tall are you? Your character, I mean.
5'9".
Okay, so the water's like 4.5 feet deep where you are, so comes up pretty high. On your, I guess you like your upper chest, maybe.
Okay. From there, though, like, do I feel anything, you know, like, essentially in melee with me?
You haven't run into anything yet.
All right, then I'm going to hang out.
If you want to just try to attack a square near you, you can.
I feel like I might as well. Yeah, I'll just do it. I'm assuming it's at disadvantage then, because I don't know what.
Because it's invisible, yeah. So where are you attacking?
Yeah. If I can also still see the Varis image, I'm going to attack, like, right here.
Okay, make a attack roll with disadvantage. Even with disadvantage, you feel your staff connect with something under the water. Something that's not the floor. Something soft and squishy and squibbly. Squibbly, I just made that up, but that's what it is. So you did 8 bludgeoning damage, and that counts as magic, right? Because of your shillelagh?
Yeah, it's magical.
Very nice.
And can I call out also? And just be like, it's over here.
Yeah, you can tell everybody.
Okay, cool. Oh, I should really put bless back in. I don't know why it's not there. But, I mean, that was fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I would call out and let everybody know, like, it's over here somewhere, right there.
Okay, when that happens... Wooden staff, right?
Broom handle, yeah. Oh, no! Oh, well.
Nope, nothing happens. And that's it for your turn. Katrin is kind of trying to look. Where'd you say it was? So she just kind of moves up to... some pretty deep water for her, and just tries to throw another dagger. Tries to throw one at where you just attacked. With disadvantage. Oh no! Dun dun da da!
Uh-oh.
Alright, her dagger goes wide and it hits the statue and goes bouncing off and flies over into the deepest part of the water. She says, that one's gonna be hard to find. Sorry I didn't hit it. Sardick?
I'm assuming that Toll the Dead only works on things that he'd be able to see, kind of as per the spell description. He couldn't just try that square and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, it specifies one creature you can see, so yeah, you have to be able to see it. Is this a friendly fire roll? No, we're not going to do friendly fire.
Sardick will kind of walk over toward that area. Is there any place he can... How tall is the fish statue?
It's about 6'3". The top of its head is about 6'3" off the ground.
Off the water or off the ground itself?
Off the actual floor.
Okay.
Because remember, the actual water comes up to, like, the lower chest of the Sahuagin.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, what he'll do is he'll kind of shift the lantern over to his shield arm for one moment, and he'll draw a hand axe out from his belt.
I'm going to assume that
And
you
just-
already put the lantern on your belt because you had to have the free hand when you cast Bless. So you had to have done something with the lantern then, because you have a shield. Oh, you have Warcaster, right?
That I do.
So you can cast with stuff in your hands. Never mind everything I just said.
Although if I could put that on the belt, then he would do that for this particular maneuver.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So yeah, he'll take a hand axe and he's just gonna wing it at it, right in that particular area that Midge was describing.
It has 3/4 cover from you, I'll say. From where you are. Of course, you are on the ceiling, but no, even so. It's on the ground and the statue's right there, so yeah, it has 3/4 cover.
Okay, in that case, I mean, Sardick would move to kind of be able to see that particular spot, like, generally, so he could move something like there.
It's still going to have some cover. You have to move kind of all the way where you're even with Midge and Katrin, or west of them even, and then it wouldn't have any cover.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, then, I mean, since he's walking on the ceiling, it really wouldn't matter to him much, so he'll move, like, over around.
Alright. And you're doing what? You're throwing?
He's just gonna wail a hand axe right into the water.
Okay. It's made with disadvantage because the creature's invisible, but go ahead. Because it has no cover from your current position, that 11 actually does hit.
No,
So
okay,
your hand axe flies through the air. Your hand axe passes right through illusionary Varis and sinks into something which shivers and shakes and wiggle-waggles under the water furiously as part of its essence is being split asunder by this axe. How much damage did you do?
A whopping 5.
Whopping 5. Now, when you do that, remind me to tell you something special about your hand axe after this is over, when you get your hand axe back.
I'm sure it's become enchanted and very powerful.
Yes, this is the ooze of enchanting your weapons. That's what it does.
Yes.
All right, you hit it for 5. It's not dead. And that makes it Ara's turn.
Alrighty. I will need some help here. I need a 10-foot radius sphere.
I think you can draw a circle with the drawing tool, right?
Let's see. Draw shape.
Hold Alt. When you do draw shape, hold down the Alt key while you draw it, and it should make a circle.
There we go. Can someone measure that with me?
Is it 10-foot radius or diameter?
Yeah, radius.
Just have it cover 4 across at the wide.
Yeah.
What about that? I'm terrible with measurements.
I don't see anything.
I don't think we can see it until she lets go of it.
Yeah.
Hey, there it is.
Does that look about right, though?
I think it can be a little bit bigger, but depending on where you put it, it might not matter.
I mean, I don't think it's really going to matter. I can move it now.
Yeah, go ahead and what are you doing?
There we go. Alright, so we'll just put that right there.
Okay, what is it?
Well, first, I'm going to use a make sure I'm doing this right. So I am going to spend a sorcery point to cast the spell with Careful Spell. And then I am going to cast that.
What?
It's lagging on me. It should pop up in a second. There we go.
Shatter?
Yes.
Alright, so it's a...
Con save of 15.
Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere.
But I cast
Alright.
Careful so that it won't affect my party member.
That's... Careful, I think, just gives them advantage on saves against it. But I would say, given that you basically know where it is, because everybody's been attacking the same spot, you could target that in such a way that it wouldn't reach your allies anyway. You know, you could put the circle back a little bit further and it wouldn't quite hit Midge or Katrin. So then you wouldn't even have to spend the sorcery point.
No, it says here, the sorcery point, a creature chosen creature automatically succeeds on its saving throw against this spell.
All right.
That would still be for half damage, though, so if you could move it back, that would still probably be better.
Yeah, you don't have to catch
Yeah,
them
I mean-
in it at all. So then you
Yeah,
can save
I
the,
mean-
you can save the sorcery point.
Okay, so then we'll say that it gets moved back. There we go.
All right.
No, because Sardick's not even in the water, so.
Ceiling immunity.
So it's a Constitution saving throw for the creature.
Mm-hmm.
And it finally made one. So what does it take? Half damage?
I believe so, but let me just check. Yeah, half damage.
All right, roll your damage.
It's 15, so
Oh, right, you already did.
it
Okay.
automatically rolls the spell damage.
So this incredibly loud, shattering sound blasts forth just to the west of where Midge and Katrin are. And everything's so slow on Roll20 because of this map,
Yeah.
basically. Because this map is so huge and has so much stuff on it. Alright, so there's this sudden loud ringing noise, right? But fortunately, everybody else is far enough away that it doesn't actually hurt you. The ooze, however... The ooze takes half damage from that, which means it takes plenty of damage. There's so many... Actually, it's still alive.
Oh,
Just barely, but it is undulating and gyrating and zumbaing around down there, making lots of ripples in the water. Yeah, it works through water. It's magic. It's magic. All right. Are you doing anything else?
no, that is it.
So we come up to Roscoe.
So, does it look like I could get on top of the statue easily to shoot downward, or would I kind of have to go
Actually,
somewhere
hold
around?
on. Last round, you took your
Oh,
your
right, Varis is
delayed,
next, actually.
so
Yeah.
you're actually moved in initiative
Yeah, so Varis is
until the very end. So actually, Varis isn't next. These have been hidden on the turn tracker, but it goes before Varis. Because he delayed until after it on the first round. Let's see. Alright, it is going to lash out. It's not going to bother with the with the illusion of mini Varis, because it attacked that last time and its pseudopod went right through the illusion. So now it sees Midge, who just clubbed it with a very rude piece of wood. And so you feel this thrashing around under the water around your legs, Midge, and you feel something brush against you. Let's see if it actually hits you. It has advantage because it's invisible and you can't see it. Oh wow, those rolls are remarkably low. So no, it does not manage to hit you at all.
Aha!
Now it's Varys' turn. Varys is going to... I mean, he could go wading into the water with his sword, but it's pretty tight over there. So I think all he's going to do is... come over a little bit more and cast another Eldritch Blast. With disadvantage. Wow. Okay. His Eldritch Blast... Three force damage. Wow, thanks, Eldritch Blast. Fortunately, that is enough to finish it off. So with a final spasm of amorphous, blobbly movement under the water, the final ooze becomes still, and the water once again returns to stillness. Well, other than what you guys are doing to the water. But you sense no more presences. Nothing else is moving. So what do? We're out of initiative now.
Oh, peace be with you, you bilge dwellers.
How many hit points does everybody have now?
I'm full.
36.
Oops, sorry, what was that?
How many hit points does everybody have now?
Just under half.
Nice full 33 for Roscoe.
I think only Midge and Sardick even took damage, right? So Midge has 23 and Sardick has 36, is that right?
Yes.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, and nobody got their armor eaten away or anything.
You
Except
sound
maybe-
so disappointed.
Except perhaps for a particular hand axe, which is now really powerful and amazing.
Yeah, it's super enchanted. So what exactly do you guys do now that the oozes are defeated? You're standing here in this nasty water, except for Sardick, who's on the ceiling.
Sardick will walk around along the ceiling a bit more and kind of see if he can see if there's anything of interest back here in that little alcove or whatnot.
All right, Katrin's rubbing at her ears from the shatter spell. Just watching Sardick walk around with a look of awe on her face. She says, "Is everybody all right? What even
Roscoe's
attacked
like-
us? I didn't even see anything other than weird blobby lights under the water."
Would Midge remember now that they were oozes?
Yeah,
She'd be
at
like,
this-
"Oh, right, these guys."
yeah, you've encountered some gray oozes like this a time or two in the sewers in all the years that you've lived down there. They're oozes of the gray variety.
While this blessing is still going for what I'm assuming is just a few more seconds, Midge would kind of like pat Katrin and say, oozes, they're kind of nuisances where I'm from, but you did good.
Thanks. I tried to help. I lost some
Roscoe's
daggers,
gonna
though.
like. Roscoe's gonna look down at his feet with this like sad look of resignation and kind of look up to Ara and be like, "Well, I guess this is it. This is life now."
She just kind of like looks and she's just like, such is life, I guess. And then she goes back to keeping an eye on Varis.
Now that some of us are real close to this statue, Midge gonna turn, like, kind of look around and be like, does anybody have any ideas as to why this thing's glowing like that?
My guess would be magic, to be honest with you, Midge.
Sure, and
My guess would be toxic waste.
Ooh, good answer.
I imagine that bless ends like right then, and Midge just looks over to Roscoe and is like, helpful as always.
Is looking backwards, can you turn its head forward or something?
Now that the oozes have died and they're starting to sort of disintegrate into the water, you guys notice the ones that are over in the western half of the room, the water's starting to get a little bit acidic. Like it's a little, it kind of stings to be in the water. I mean, it's not actually hurting you or like burning through your clothes or anything, but it's you know, you can tell it's acidic.
It's like peeling an orange when you have a tiny cut.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's like a visceral description.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, that's points of damage
Yeah.
right there. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, like would Midge be able to kind of like clamber a bit onto the statue then? Because turning the head does not sound like a bad idea. Or maybe it's a terrible idea, but you know, she's gonna.
It summons more oozes.
You could
Ara
clamber
pulls out
onto
some
it,
random
but
snorkeling gear.
you could clamber onto it, but you really wouldn't need to. The statue's not that tall, so you could just sort of move around to the side of it and reach up and mess with the head without really needing to climb on it, unless you just want to
Okay.
climb on it for fun. Some people just like to get on the head of a statue, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's a noble endeavor.
Midge
That it is.
isn't one of those people. She's not those people, unfortunately. But she would like to try to turn the head of the statue to make it like face the right.
Okay. The head is a little bit hard to turn, but with a little bit of inspection, you notice that there's actually screw threads on the neck. It's actually threaded, and so after you get it kind of unstuck, it doesn't require a roll. You're able to turn it back around, but you also think that you could turn it the other way, and it kind of feels like the head might be hollow. You feel like if you turned it around the other way, it might come completely off.
Yeah, Midge is just gonna she turns it the right way and then realizes that, and then she's just gonna keep turning.
Alright, what's everybody else doing while she's turning the statue's head? Are you gonna try to get your axe back, Nox?
Yeah.
So you have to go down in the water for that. Katrin has just forsworn the 3 daggers that she threw. She's not going to go rooting around in that nasty water for her daggers. She's done.
He'll kind of like go over to like the water's edge and kind of look down and see how deep it is and whatnot. And if it seems like it's going to be like an ordeal to get it, he really doesn't care about the hand axe that much.
Well, you could probably find it. All you have to do is feel around down there where the ooze was. But then you'd have to be standing in the water.
Axe.
How tall is Sardick again?
Sardick stands at a very stout and proud 4'6".
I'm taller.
Okay, so the spot where that final ooze was, where your axe would be, is 5 feet deep. So you'd have to literally go under the water. But you can if you wish. It's nasty ass water though.
Nasty ass fish water.
Sardick will kind of look at and scowl and screw it, a drizzlebeard has never been beaten by water before, bested by it. And he's just going to go and he'll go ahead and jump, thus ending the spider climbing ability of the boots, and just kind of fall in and dive into the water.
Roscoe is gonna like reach out for his lantern as this happens and then just sigh and look down.
Yeah, I would imagine he would have returned that lantern first. He's not just going to go and do that.
That's fine. You can give back the lantern before you jump in the water. Alright, you jump in the water. It's pretty acidic and gross down here, especially in the area where you're rooting around where the ooze is, like the actual corpse of the ooze is. So because of that, you're going to take 4 points of acid damage as you accidentally get your face into a pocket of acid, like it's just a specific blob of it that's floating there.
And that is acid and not poison, right?
Right. So your dwarven resistance doesn't help against it.
Nice. Okay. Yep, he'll go ahead and take that.
But the good news is you find your axe. The bad news is when you get your axe out of the water, you see it looks all sort of corroded by the acidic nature of the ooze, and this axe has a permanent -1 penalty to damage.
Sardick will just sort of to himself, and as he inspects it, and sort of wonders to himself if he could possibly go ahead and mend that.
Also, Roscoe's not getting his arrows back.
He's not even trying.
Mending is not
I
going to
wanted to
cut
make
it.
snow cones with my ice.
Because this isn't a break. This is like, it's been eaten away. So mending isn't going to do it. Sorry.
I had a
However,
feeling.
It has sort of distinctive whorls of acid etching in it now that makes it look kind of cool. It's an interesting memento.
Well, you did good, Axe. And he'll go ahead and strap it back to his belt.
Is that the only hand axe you have?
No, he's got 2 of them.
Oh, okay. So just remember that one of them has a penalty to damage.
Okay.
Now you have a hand axe and a nasty ass hand axe.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Midge has gotten the head off of the statue. Katrin's over kind of by the entrance that you guys came in, watching to make sure nothing creeps up on you from behind. Midge has pulled the head off. You see that it's hollow. It's got holes for eyes and a larger hole in its fanged mouth. Inside, there's a charred compartment inside the statue's neck, and in the inside of the hollow skull, that's filled with melted wax. And you even find a few little burnt out wicks in there. So it looks like there were candles in here before that have burned out. And it's easy to see that the light from the candles would have come out of the eyes and the mouth were they lit. In addition, partially buried in the wax is some sort of opaque crimson gemstone.
This is in the head or it's in the body?
It's in the head.
Oh. Is the body hollow too, or is it like...
No, the rest of the body isn't hollow. Just the top part of the neck and the actual head itself.
Kind of like covering her hands with like the ragged edges of her, just like her shirt. She's gonna kind of like take the gemstone out and hold it out a little.
Alright, it's actually really hard to get a grip on it and pull it out, but if you want to, you can easily sort of dig the wax out around it so you can get it.
Yeah, she'll do that.
Okay, so you have this stone, this small opaque red stone. I don't really know what skill is involved with identifying gems. But I don't think Midge would know what kind of gem it is. Someone like Roscoe, or even Ara and Varis would probably know. Even Sardick would probably know.
So Roscoe.
I was gonna say, what about Sardick?
Yeah, Sardick would take a look at that and...
So if it's older than a century, then Roscoe knows how much it's worth at least.
Are you gonna show it to Roscoe to examine?
I hold it out.
Yeah, you're still paranoid though.
I hold it out
Roscoe's not walking any closer either, so...
They want to kill you for your gem. Don't go to sleep.
Midge holds it out, and she says, does anybody want to give this a look over?
Actually, another thing happens when you pull it out, which is very noticeable, so... Actually, it might be. Depends on where everyone is. Where is everyone right now? Make sure that your token is exactly where you want it to be at this point. I would say Sardick is down in the water right now, actually. Having, like, just now finding his axe. Is everyone else... I guess Varis would have actually come back over.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone further, just because I'm tiny enough that...
Varis probably, if it was his own real personality, probably would, like, kind of be disgusted by having this filthy water on him, or trying to, like, get it off or clean himself, maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he totally would be.
This Varis does not seem to have any concern or care that he has this nasty sligging water all over him. He's not trying to clean himself up at all. Some of it is, like, splashed up onto his face, and he hasn't even wiped it off.
Yeah, that makes Ara sad, but she doesn't say anything because she knows it's not really him.
Roscoe gives a kind of sympathetic look to her.
So actually, nothing special happens when you pull the gem out. I was lying. But so you're standing there holding it out. What does everybody do?
Well, actually, does my historical knowledge give me any information on that, I guess? If it's...
It will if you kind of examine it up close. From across the room, not really.
Midge, honestly, I don't want to go that deep into the water. I mean, my boots are already so...
Midge, knowing that Roscoe was very eager to be, or was the first to say anything about being vaguely interested in that gem, will just kind of nod. And she'll like make her way back from that.
What was in that head there?
Just melted wax. Looked like there were candles lit there at one point.
Huh. Can I take the coin and hold it out so like as she approaches it's like 1 foot distant, like it's not vibrating from other magical sources, and see if this gemstone makes the coin or button or
Maybe.
magic detector thing?
The first thing that happens is when Midge gets over next to Katrin, the glow from Katrin's shield doubles in intensity.
What?
As soon as you get within 5 feet of Katrin, her shield starts glowing twice as bright as it did before.
As soon as that happens, Midge would take like a step back and probably like aim her quarterstaff kind of in the direction of Katrin in the shield.
Alright, where's the gem right now?
I think she would have pocketed it as she was walking towards Roscoe.
Okay, so you're not holding it in your hand. You step back, and as soon as you step back, her shield goes back to its normal. But for a minute, she's like, "What happened? What's going on with my shield?" And then you step back away, and it goes back to its normal brightness. She says, "Oh, She looks kind of disappointed.
What was that?
I don't know. Why doesn't Katrin tell us what that was?
So if you wanted to try to hold the button out, you're gonna have to get a lot closer to her. So I'm gonna
sort this
do that?
whole thing out before I'm gonna wait and figure out what this is. I don't think Roscoe's looking to like run at anything right now with the shield doing what.
All right. So what is Midge doing?
Well, now she's just looking at Katrin, but keeping her distance.
You can see the guile and cunning in Katrin's eyes as she looks at you. You can tell this whole facade of innocence is just a lie. That really she's deadly like a snake. And if you turn your back on her, who knows what she'll do to you. Same with all of them.
Yeah, Midge kind of like still just squinting at Katrin says, all right, well, why don't we get that shiny shield of yours going back through the path? I think we're done here.
Well, Midge, you haven't shown us the thing. Do you want me to look at it?
I don't know. Do you want to look at it?
I don't know. The shield did something weird when you walked up.
Yeah, that's a really weird shield, isn't it?
Everything is really weird right now, okay?
Katrin says,
Yeah!
My shield's never done that before.
Well, that's even weirder.
Did you do something to it? Because it happened when you walked up to me. She takes a step towards you. Her shield starts glowing brighter again.
Midge takes another step back and is like holding her quarterstaff fully out at this point. All right, kid, I don't think you should take another step towards me, because that shield is, it's really going nuts.
You realize that treacherous dwarf is behind you, down hidden in the water. You don't know what he was doing under there.
Nice.
Oh, he's probably been eaten by acid, if we're lucky. Midge says to nobody. She's gonna reach, she's going to kind of switch. So she's had her shield equipped and is going to kind of hold that out towards Katrin and Roscoe. And with the quarterstaff, kind of like tuck it into her armpit and pull out the stone and say, if you guys want this thing so bad, take it. I don't care. I have no use for gems and things like that. And she's just going to kind of like toss it in Roscoe's direction.
All right, make a dex check to catch it. Or else it goes in the water.
I want to see him dig in the water.
I know, me too.
All right. It's not a problem.
I will have none of that.
You catch it.
I guess first look at it. What is it? It's just a gem?
It's coral, actually, that's been cut and polished into a gemstone. And you can tell that it'd be worth a fair amount.
Well, the thing that I do know about it is its monetary value. So, fair enough. Does the, like, if I hold it and the coin like up above my head so that they're a foot away from other things, does it?
Coin. It's a
button. Sorry, button.
The button does begin to vibrate, and you think this gem, based on the fact that it is finely cut and polished, and also it's a little unusual in the fact that it has some sort of magical enchantment to it, you think it's worth at least 200 gold.
Can I make an Arcana check to determine the nature in any way of what kind of enchantment might be?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check to get an idea. You think this is actually not an arcane item, but actually something with divine magic in it.
Oh, interesting.
It seems to have
maybe
like a blessing of a god or something.
Yeah, well, not in a cow zone, so I don't think this is Sardick's doing. Well, I think this is some sort of divine stone. It's got some blessing on it. Of course, removing it from the head of a glowing statue. Is it still glowing, by the way?
Yeah, the statue's still very dimly glowing. But the other thing is, now that you have the gem, your lantern is now producing twice as much light as normal.
This is weird. Looks like we've got some kind of light enhancing stone here. Catherine, let me step close to your shield for a second.
She says, okay. So she holds her shield out towards you. And it doesn't have to get super close, just within 5 feet. And it does increase the glow of the shield and your lantern at the same time.
Huh. Well, interesting. I guess we can hold on to this. And, well, when Varis is back to himself and he's making his lights again, then we can get it to him. For now, I guess I can hold it, unless anyone else...
He says, that's okay, I don't need it. I mean, I don't want any treasure anyway.
Okay.
Midge, you know that somebody who says they don't want any treasure is the worst kind of scoundrel. They can't be trusted.
Ara's probably the only one who can hear Midge say under her breath, like, sure, you.
Ara like is just suspicious of everyone right now anyway. Not in the paranoid sense, but just like people aren't always what they say they are anyway. So she just kind of chuckles at this and like gives Midge like a very like curt nod to what she said.
Would anyone like to drink the water?
It's a trap.
Would
You never know. It might heal you.
I mean, I don't need healing, so
I could use some healing, guys. This
Staying
water,
in perfect character, I think Roscoe would not.
I mean, how is Sardick looking? Because he's still in the water. Like, have we heard anything?
I
from
imagine
him?
he's still getting his axe at this point.
Well, no, you got your axe. You're done. Your axe is. You can be out of the water now.
Okay.
You did get some acid in your face, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, if he was, like, went down, like, to get the axe, I imagine what he tried to do would be to plant his feet firmly on the ground down there and try to, like, just Super Mario jump out of it back out to the wall.
All right. Your boots give you what? Double jumping or triple?
Triple jumping.
Yeah. You can easily jump from there onto the wall. It's not that great a distance.
Yeah, he's looking over his axe and kind of frowning a bit thoughtfully as he, makes his way back around behind the statue and over to where the rest of the party is.
So
Does
once
he,
again,
does he
the
look
dwarf
healed?
comes bounding out of the water and clings to the wall and just walks casually along the wall like it's no big deal. Veteran says, "That's so cool." She kind of like tries to walk on the wall herself and falls.
I wouldn't try that too much. It's all in the boots, lass.
But she barely manages to catch herself without actually falling completely into the water. So, what did you do with the gem there, Roscoe?
He's still holding it for now. I don't see much of a reason not to at this.
Midge sees Sardick creeping along the wall like a spider. Who does that? Treacherous murderers, that's who. Not to mention 2 drow, which actually you probably don't know that much about. But now that you see things clearly, you can see how sinister they are.
Well, I mean, I also did just threaten to kill the entire party if Varis dies, so.
It's true.
You sure did.
Just
I sure
implacidly.
did.
Did I just say implacidly? That's not a word.
While Midge is just kind of watching everybody from this wall, he's gonna drink a healing potion.
Okay.
Not great, guys. Not great.
So you're back up to 29.
Yeah.
Is Sardick doing any healing, or is he good to go?
If he were to get back around and let's say if Midge was up against the wall and whatnot, and if he were able to kind of walk in that place, I mean, I imagine he was kind of oblivious to all of their talk thus far as he's been preoccupied with his water diving there. So, I mean, he would just like casually stride beyond, before and just sort of lay a hand on Midge, seeing that she's hurt, and just go, "Peace be with you, my child," just in passing. And if that were to be the case, then that would be the result. And it would just be a common, simple thing to him. And it's sort of without breaking stride after just sort of laying a hand upon her, just sort of glance in the direction of Roscoe and go, that must be what the Blessed Mother, the Quiet One, wished for us to see and get.
Oh, if you think so, would you like it? I mean, it would increase the light production of things. You make light.
Light? Really? And Sardick will sort of take a look at it and kind of appraise it a bit. Do you remember a tale of one of the friends of the son of the nurturing mother having some ability to enhance light, but... Interesting. And he's just sort of going to try and look at it and see if he can identify what sort of stone it is.
Oh, I think we determined it was coral. I think.
Yeah, it's coral.
Interesting.
Opaque crimson coral.
Would Sardick be able to sort of naturally sense what sort of divine attunement that it had?
So, I'm just looking up the attunement rules right now, because I didn't remember how that worked exactly. So apparently normally you have to cast Identify to know what an item does, right? But it says here that if you attune to an item, if you spend a short rest attuning to an item, that you gain an intuitive understanding of how to activate any magical properties of the item and any command words. So basically you find out what it does if you attune to it.
Yeah, the risk is if it's cursed, you just attune to a cursed item. So Identify is like a safer way of doing it.
Right, right. Plus you can only attune to, what, 3 items?
Exactly.
So, okay. You do sense a slight divine energy to it that is recognizable to you as a cleric, although it doesn't feel comforting. This doesn't feel like it's sacred of a good god.
Oh, well, worst comes to worst, we can sell it for a pretty penny. Yeah, I mean, it's worth some good stuff.
You think you could attune to it, though? I mean, anybody could potentially attune to it.
Good point. Well, there must be some reason why we were led down here by the monkey.
Alright, well, I'll let you stir on that, and you can just hold it. And if we're within like 10-ish feet, it will still enhance my lantern. So,
It's 5.
I'll just stand right behind you.
Katrin's looking around. Wait, if we followed the monkey, where's the monkey? I don't see the monkey down here. Do you think the monkey drowned? She starts kind of swishing her foot around under the water like she's gonna, you know, run into a monkey corpse.
No, I wouldn't think so. I think it must have just left a sign that we were meant to come down here and continued further on its path.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unless there's some sort of an exit out here, but I don't really sense anything. I kind of looked a little around that little alcove over there down to the south, but I didn't really see anything that stood out.
Are you gonna search this room more thoroughly, looking for any other secret stuff, or are you just gonna leave?
Yeah, I mean, Sardick would kind of go around the room, like, you know, walking again above the water level, and just see if he could kind of notice anything special about the room.
Sardick does not find anything special, other than the features that you're already familiar with. You did find the other arm of the statue down under the water, though. The missing arm.
Okay. Was there anything special about that, or was it just simply a statuesque object?
It's just the stone arm of a Sahuagin statue. Life-sized. It's pretty darn heavy.
Heavier than he would expect it to be?
No, it's the expected amount of heavy, but the expected amount of heavy for a life-size stone arm is pretty heavy.
True.
Saito says you should wield it as your weapon.
Nice.
You did lose an axe, so...
It would be a pretty unwieldy weapon. It would count as an improvised weapon, so it wouldn't be the best. Of course, you could have it carved into something more proper for wielding if you really wanted to. Even so, you know that dwarves typically do not make weapons out of stone because it's just too heavy.
Gotcha. Yeah, he would just leave it there if there was nothing particularly of note about it.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything in this room?
What? If other people kind of look distracted, Midge is gonna kind of like, still kind of like lurking in the peripheral. She's gonna kind of sidle up to Aura and just say, hey, can I have a word with you really quick?
She nods and she kind of like pulls her over to a corner.
Midge, making sure that her back is kind of like turned to everyone else, is gonna say, so I know you're real concerned about your friend, and I gotta say, I was wrong about Katrin. She can't be trusted, not with that curse of hers. And that Roscoe and Sardick, well, I wouldn't trust them too much either, but you seem like you're capable and you know what you're doing.
She smiles, like does she kind of get that there's like a change in her that's kind of odd?
Oh yeah, it's very obvious. She's acting very differently than she was.
Yeah,
when
well,
you
like,
first
yeah,
met
but
her.
I like.
You
So
barely
she just
know
smiles.
her.
Well, I mean, given that you were like happy and like everybody love each other and let's
Yeah,
go,
no,
and now
that's
you're like I don't trust any of you. You guys
Yeah,
are
like, all
all
this-
untrustworthy.
Being skittish and backing away and like hefting your staff at everybody and just generally being sort of avoidant of people is not the way you were behaving before. So it'd be noticeable that there's something a little off with her ever since the pit of horror experience.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was figuring that since we didn't know each other well, that it wouldn't be easily discernible.
I would think like with like obviously I would know Varis well enough, but with Midge, just because like it was such a drastic personality change from where we were when we first all met to now, and the fact that like we fought beside each other a couple times and now she's like I don't trust any of them.
She also
I'm
did
just-
get
I'm-
possessed by a thing.
Yeah,
So that could
so-
be upsetting as well.
So I mean,
minor detail, the possession, minor detail.
yeah, like she doesn't even remember that for the most part, but like I would kind of just nod and be like I kind of felt that way about Katrin to begin with, and not like really feed into the paranoia, but like tell her that like I've got your back and I'll keep an eye out and you keep an eye out for my back, and we'll both watch Varis.
Yeah, Midge nods at that and says, I'm going to be keeping an especially close eye on that one. And she kind of like tilts her head imperceptibly in the direction of Rock.
And like I mean like I'm kind of about Roscoe, like I got the little insight into like his emotions when we were delving into this area, but at the same time like he was like yeah let's open this, and then he was like everybody can go before.
Roscoe's got like one of his boots off and he's trying to like shake the grime off of it right now.
As
while
he's
this is
doing
happening.
As he's doing that, Midge is like, he's too smart for his own good. I don't trust that.
And I just kind of nod and I go, well, I mean, he's very pushy about going into places and then wants to be the last one to go in. I'm not going to be a meat shield for him.
That's fair.
So like I like go to like pat her on the shoulder and then I think twice of it because I don't want her to be like, oh, she's getting way too friendly. So like I'm just like, we'll just have each other's backs and we'll see ourselves through this. And I more kind of mean like her little paranoia and hopes that like she'll like at least if she has like some type of like camaraderie with me that like she'll kind of calm down with her like paranoia amongst the group.
Yeah, with that, Midge kind of just will like nod back at Ara and then kind of like just skulk back towards the wall. Like nothing happened.
And I'll try to like make myself aware of like her movement so that like nothing I do intentionally makes her feel like I'm being untrustworthy.
Okay. Make a persuasion check. The other thing is, Midge, when the filthy, treacherous dwarf came up to you and tried to touch you, what did you do?
Oh, I know he's just trying to lull me into a false sense of security, and that's not going to work.
So did you let him touch you?
Yes. Because I wanted to see what he was going to do, and now my suspicions have been confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, you feel
That
a
devious
warm,
healing.
I knew it.
a warm healing energy.
He stole my wounds.
Like, they want everything from me, even my wounds. Is there nothing these dwarves will not take?
So beautiful.
I
know,
earned
for
these,
just
and
a
now they're
moment-
taking them.
When the healing light of Hathor fills you, and your wounds are knitting themselves close, for just a moment, you don't feel the suspicion, and you think, oh, yeah, what was I thinking? The dwarf is fine, right? But then, like, just 5 seconds later, it comes back. And so you feel like you've just been deceived. Like, for a moment, you almost let your guard down.
He's the most dangerous one of them all.
I mean, with her accepting the healing, and all that kind of stuff, would Sardick actually perceive that there was something wrong with her himself?
I don't know, you can make an insight check. Anybody that wants to make an insight check regarding Midge's behavior.
Midge's mental state.
I would like to do it, but choose to fail.
I'm tempted to say the same thing, honestly, but sure, what the heck.
You're welcome to choose to fail. You don't have to roll if you want to choose to fail.
It's more that I want him to have been thinking something's weird, but not able to put it together.
Do I have to roll anything
everything's a little
against
bit
this?
weird right now. How much insanity do you have, Roscoe?
I got a lot from the other thing, but it's not at a tier for madness yet, so I have 6 right now.
How much do you need to get crazy?
I have to hit my wisdom score. So
Okay,
12.
alright, that's good. I'm sorry, what was the last question that somebody asked before that?
Oh, just if I need to roll against these insight checks, or do they just kind of, like, ascertain whatever they ascertain? Because I don't think I'm trying to hide anything at this point. Like
she's
it's
blatantly
all
let
out
everybody
there.
know I don't trust you.
It's an insanity, and it says extreme paranoia, and I think a person that's suffering from extreme, like, actual psychotic paranoia doesn't even know they are. They think they're being perfectly reasonable, and that their level of, like, constant stress and vigilance is like perfectly normal, but to everyone else it's very obvious. You can see how sort of freaked out and hypervigilant they are, like past a reasonable degree. But I don't think you even really realize you're doing anything weird, so you wouldn't really be able to try to hide it, I don't think.
Oh, absolutely not trying to hide it.
Was my persuasion, like, good enough to persuade her to, like, think that, like, at least, like, I'm on her side?
Yeah, okay, so with that persuasion roll, basically the way Ara's kind of behaving with you right now, Midge, you feel like she's the least treacherous of the group. Like, they would all backstab you, but she's the one that would backstab you last.
So actually, the way that I think Midge would see it, because of what she has said to Ara, and this isn't really revealing cards because Midge is about to do something else anyway. But she would think that based on Ara's, like, very convincing, like, actions, that she's deceived Ara into thinking that they are indeed, like, an alliance or whatever. So in Midge's mind, she's like, it's like layers upon layers. Midge is like, I got her. All right, she's gonna be like a neutralized threat.
Then we just need to put her to sleep and enter her dreams.
Sadly, she can't put me to sleep.
Oh, true.
All right, unless she not.
Unless I just knock you out.
So Katrin's kind of not really paying too much attention to the Ara and Midge and Sardick stuff. She tries asking Varis some questions, but he doesn't respond. So she looks at Roscoe and she says, "So, you're pretty good at shooting, huh? Where'd you learn to shoot like that?"
Well, I did some sports in school. I did mostly fencing, I guess, but I shot about a couple times, but not really at living things. So that was a bit of a surprise, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I was impressed. You did better than me. I was just
Oh, you
throwing
did.
daggers around the room.
Yeah, but you did some damage with them. I saw you hit them. So, good job.
I probably got lucky. She shrugs.
Yeah, well, get out of the water. It's kind of gross, yeah? You want to help me get my boots cleaned off? You got your own boots, sorry.
Yeah. So she does come up out of the water and just kind of squeeze in there next to you.
So,
Really
with
pretty close,
Sardick's role, would he be aware of Midge's...
Yeah, with an 11, you don't have a lot of insight into her mental state, but you can definitely tell something's not right. That she has changed in some fundamental way from when you first met her.
Like, would he be aware of, like, there's things in his repertoire he could do to undo that?
I don't know. What do you got?
I've got lesser restoration on circle spells, and I've got domain spells, and I've got remove curse.
I would say that lesser restoration could remove this. As far as whether or not you know that, not really. You're not sure. You don't know if she's just being weird, if she's just currently traumatized, if she's having a mood swing, or if there's actually something that's wrong enough that could magically remove it. You're just not sure.
Okay, that's kind of what I was trying to ascertain. Okay.
After a while of her doing stuff again, I'll let you roll another insight check.
Okay.
How many hours is she now into this, like, paranoia? Like, it started when Volgara was in her, right?
It couldn't have been more than an hour, because we really just investigated one room and had a fight.
Yeah, you've only been in the dungeon, I would say, an hour.
It's gonna be a long 29 hours.
I'll say you've been in the dungeon for 90 minutes, and 60 minutes of that comes off of the paranoia. So you've only got 29 hours to go.
Only.
So Katrin is kind of helping Roscoe clean off. And trying to get herself clean as well. It's too bad we don't have much clean water.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a water skins we should be using towards this. I'm just kind of like smearing it on the walls here. They'll dry though. It's not great. You want to make sure your feet are protected walking around the place.
Good idea. I wish I had
So
another
we
pair of
going
socks.
back up?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can start
is
going back
everyone... Yeah, I think everyone's...
Do you have an extra
Yep.
pair of socks, Roscoe? Apparently Katrin does have 2 sets of clothes. So she's going to put a different pair of socks on. And, like, hang the other ones off of the back of her backpack to dry. Does anybody else do anything special as far as changing clothes or anything?
Oh, I forgot to be holding down my push to talk. I was saying that I feel like Roscoe would, but I don't have it specifically written in. Is it too late for me to retroactively do that, or should I just say that he only remembered one pair of clothes?
I don't know. You tell me. Is it something that he might have just not thought about while he was feverishly trying to get here? Or would
That's
he have
very
thought
possible,
about
but I feel
doing
like
it?
he knew this was going to be more than a one-day thing, and he's been on digs before and stuff like that. So I don't know. I could see either way, and I'm fine with him not having an extra pair because I forgot.
Let's go with he doesn't have any extra clothes. Like, you remembered some things, but you were really distracted by the fact
Alright,
that you're
sounds good.
kind of crazy now. So you forgot to bring extra clothes when you packed your stuff.
So, Ara being kind, because she can be sometimes, as everyone's stepping out of the water, she's sort of just casting prestidigitation on them to clean them up.
Oh, that's nice. It'll take quite a few prestidigitations to clean everyone, I think, fully, but
That's
you
fine.
can.
Like, she just doesn't want to have to smell everyone. Like, she's kind of gotten used to Midge's scent, and she's not even going to try to change anything about Midge, because she seems happy, and she's leaving it at that. But at least everybody else who seems to be highly affected by the stinky water, she kind of just cleans them off. It doesn't really take much for her, or even Roscoe for that matter, because they didn't really go very deep into the water, so it's more just like the bottoms of their like cloaks or boots or shoes or whatever.
Okay. I would say, given everybody's background, pretty much everybody knows that given how filthy this water is, if you're walking around with this stuff, like literally soaking your boots and your socks, and you're walking around for a while, it could lead to like some kind of, nasty
Infection.
rash or something. But if you're prestidigitating people, then that won't be an issue, as long as everybody allows you to do it, or takes other precautions.
She doesn't, like I said, she doesn't really do it to Midge, just because she doesn't want Midge to be like, why are you casting spells on me? Like, what the fuck's going on?
But doesn't Midge kind of have a built-up immunity to that?
Yeah, I mean, she like dove into that water like it was home, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Midge is immune to sewer filth.
I mean, at the
Yes!
very least, she kind of like does it so that it's not as smelly. Like, once we don't all smell, like the smell is no longer permeating throughout all of us. She kind of like she like sneak style, like because she doesn't have to touch anyone to do that, correct?
Yeah, but I think it's gonna be obvious when like your clothes are suddenly becoming clean and dry by magic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't like even like try to like do it to her. And I kind of give her like the wink that like I've marked everyone as clean, so now like you know what's going on. And like I like pat her on the shoulder as we start walking, and I let her walk behind me because like I feel like that's how she's going to continue to trust me. But when I did that, like I just kind of like took a bit of her stench away.
Okay.
Just so
Nobody
it wasn't that strong.
Does anybody else object to being prestidigified?
No, but hey, our crossbow expertise, huh? That's all.
She just smiles. She goes, well, I mean, I haven't lied yet about that. I just haven't used it.
That's true. I like this skill set a little bit better, to be honest with you.
Katrin
Thank
is
you for
utterly
cleaning my
delighted.
shoes there.
Huh?
Go ahead,
Oh.
Will.
Oh, I said thank you for cleaning my boots there. It's much appreciated.
She nods. You're welcome. She's looking over Varis to make sure he's not like disgustingly filthy. So
He didn't go super deep in the water, so maybe he's just like waist down or not even waist down.
yeah, she's definitely making sure he's clean.
But
she has to sleep with him.
Yeah, he doesn't give any reaction to you cleaning him. Katryn's utterly delighted by the prestidigitation. She's like, "Oh, that's amazing. Can you teach me how to do that?"
Ara just says, "Well, when Varis is back to Varis, we'll talk about that."
That's so cool. You can do it as much as you want?
Yes.
She, like, takes one of her extra socks that she was wearing before and just, like, dips it back in the water and holds it out. Can I see it one more time?
She does it one more time for her.
Yay! Thanks.
So, is everyone else ready to get out of this bottleneck and back into the main section?
Yes, let's go back to the demonic carving.
Well, it hasn't led us too astray yet, right? We do have this coral gem or something.
Yes,
So
and my
wait.
thanks with the damn bilge water. And Sardick will lead the way up if no one else is.
So that gem that you got, that's what's making my shield brighter?
It does appear so. I would think we'll look into it a bit more.
That's amazing. This place is full of, well, kind of horrible things, but also wonderful things. So she just starts tromping off. I mean, since Sardick wanted to go first, she lets him get in front and then she follows him.
Roscoe will follow and be like, "That's just the tip of the iceberg." And in case you didn't get that reference, because I guess we don't see too many days, and he's just going to trail off talking about iceberg.
Wait, what about icebergs?
Oh, he said that's just the tip of the iceberg, and then starts explaining that because I think not many people probably talk about icebergs in this world. I don't know.
Right, a lot of people might not know what an iceberg is, depending on where they're from. Alright, so all of you tromp back through the passage, I'm assuming, to the wider hallway, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're now back in the wider hallway with the Birdman skeleton and the little pile of monkey poo and all the bas-relief carvings of the different demons. Everybody can just go ahead and grab your token and move it up there.
Ara, because she was kind of not really involved in the conversation, as far as the gem went, she asks Roscoe if she can see it, if she can move.
So Sardick actually has it right now.
Does he? Oh, I thought you still had it.
If he
So-
hears it, he'll go ahead and produce it.
And she just kind of like wants to look it over. Did you voice what you felt about like the magic that might be in it?
Roscoe was talking out loud.
Huh?
Roscoe was talking out loud, yeah.
Okay. So, while she's holding it and she's kind of looking at it, a tiny little silver dragon comes out of her pocket and just kind of wings himself around it, nipping at her fingers.
Huh.
And she hands it back to Sardick, and she just kind of looks at the dragon, who just stares at her and then nips at her fingers again. But she doesn't say anything about him. And obviously Varis isn't going to react to him because he's not Varis.
What was that about?
That is Zealous. He's actually my wand.
Oh.
Not part of the stone, then.
No. He's a very jealous little thing. Doesn't really like me handling anything magical that isn't him. And he sits on our shoulder. I mean, he's probably about like 3 inches, and you can see that he's actually made of like, it looks like almost like gem or stone. Like he's not like he doesn't look like a real dragon. He's just a little silver. Almost looks like a statue if he sits still.
You could bottle the ooze water and sell it back in the tavern. Say it's Red Bull.
Did he say anything about it?
He doesn't talk.
Yeah. All right.
So is Aura kind of up there in the front like that, or?
Yeah, she would have been standing probably. Actually, I would say she'd probably be right about here. Because she would have been standing next to Sardick, and she would have stayed close to Varis. Because he was the one with the gem.
Alright, I've doubled the range on the lantern token.
We'll just assume that while we're processing, Roscoe's right behind Sardick then.
And also, just so you know, Will, if you hold down Alt while you're dragging the direction lever for the token for the lantern, you can make it face any direction you want. It won't snap to the corners.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So Katja's just kind of standing there looking ready, looking back at all of you, looking into the darkness ahead. There's a lot of pillars up ahead.
Yes, pillars. The broken pillar is actually a sign of the son of the nurturing mother.
Who I'm also pretty sure that either I or Midge just stepped in monkey poop. So, thanks.
You can avoid it. It's only a very small area of monkey poop.
Well, shall we proceed?
Looks that way.
Yeah, Sardick will go ahead and approach the stairs, which I believe you said were leading down, and sort of look over the pillar forest to see if there's anything special about.
Alright, so you're just moving forward and everybody else is kind of...
Following.
Yeah, like to the top of the stairs there and sort of looking out over the pillar forest.
Alright, you see... There are 11 pillars in this room. The room itself has a 20-foot high ceiling. The pillars go all the way from the floor to the ceiling. It looks like this pillar right here, and I'm going to ping it. You see the one I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the second one in on the north side has a skeletal snake wrapped around it. I mean, it's not moving or anything. It appears like it's literally just an actual skeleton, not a moving creature as far as you can tell. Like a giant constrictor snake is just coiling up the pillar. You think you can't see very well. You can't really see it well enough at all from where you are. And other than that, the pillars are pretty plain. They don't seem to have anything carved into them. Although you can barely see this, Sardick, but it looks like the northernmost pillar, which is the one just to the northwest of the one that I just showed you. It looks like that pillar might be damaged, because you can see a little, like, kind of rubble laying around the base of it, just a little bit, and it looks like there's some cracks in it and stuff. You'd have to look at it closer to really tell. The other ones all look pretty much pristine, though. So what are you guys doing?
Interesting. That top pillar there looks like it's got a bit of a crack in it.
Can you tell what made the crack?
No, not from here, but, well, of course, then you got that, that little skeletal serpentine snake thing wrapped around the other one right in front.
Well, let's go look, Katrin says, and she starts going in there.
Yeah, Sardick will head down.
So, given the size of this room, I don't think Roscoe is going to worry too much about staying within the 5 feet of Sardick right now, and just kind of chill. Right.
Yeah, so everybody show me where they are. Like, at the point when Katrin gets there, and where Sardick gets there. Where's everybody else? Are you where you want to be?
No, I would probably...
Oh, Varis is going to move up, too.
Yeah, I'd probably be about here.
As people start to move, like, down the stairs, Midge is gonna, like, put out an arm and, like, stop Roscoe real quick.
Oh, hey, what's up?
She's gonna make sure everybody else has kind of, like, walked down the stairs, and then she's gonna look over at him and just say, kind of, like, putting a hand over her mouth and just say, so, Ara threatened your life earlier. Pretty obvious.
Oh, she was just worried about Varis. I didn't think she meant it, you know.
Oh no, I know she meant it. Look at her.
Wait, you do?
Well, yeah. Look at her.
I mean, she's a drow. But like, you know, not too distant from a half elf.
Would I be able to like have like heard this? Like,
Midge is purposely making sure like everybody's far enough away that she'd be able to like have this quick conversation with Roscoe.
All right, this could happen like.
But what I'm saying is like knowing her paranoia. Like, would I kind of see?
Midge is trying to be pretty quiet, right?
Yeah.
I can roll like a stealth or something.
I would say you don't have to roll. Ara just has to roll perception. You don't have to roll anything.
Okay.
You can tell she's whispering something, but you can't make out what she's saying.
Yeah, that I wasn't really concerned more about what she's saying because I'm pretty much gonna assume that like she's kind of playing the fiddle at both ends. so I keep that
at both ends.
Yep.
That's a great phrase.
But like I'm just gonna keep an eye on her. I'm not sure how long this is gonna last, or if this is just something that like
This is me now. This is me.
Yeah.
Try the lesser restoration this away. I dare you.
But yeah, Midge would just kind of continue. Like, she doesn't know anything about Drow, so that whole thing kind of went over her head. But she says, all I'm saying is, I'm going to be keeping an eye on her, and you should be too. And then she, like, winks, and then she's going to kind of just skulk down the stairs.
Roscoe's going to look kind of confused, but okay.
Alright, so... Is Roscoe pretty much where he wants to be by the time they get to those positions?
Yeah, I mean, he's staying back a little bit, but if they go much further, I think he'll start going.
He's the lantern holder.
I've got to make sure the angle is right.
Yeah, the lantern is now double intensity as long as you have it and you have the gem.
I think Sardick technically has the gem, but I guess when we were traveling, I was saying I'd be close to him, and now basically I would be trying to just kind of like keep a good.
You don't have the gem?
No, Sardick had it, and then I gave it back to Sardick.
I had been staying within 5 feet of him to keep the light thing, but now that I'm back a little bit, like I don't need the full thing. But it's going to be a pain.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Roscoe were to ask for it back for that purpose, I mean, Sardick would obviously give it back to him.
Yeah, how about just for now, I'll hold on to it, yeah? And we can get it back to you once we get a bit of rest if you wanted to try and spend more time.
Very well.
Awesome. And if not, I guess you could hold the lantern. I don't necessarily have to. I mean, I like it. It's a good lantern. But, I mean, if you wanted to...
Alright, so at this point, as you've started to move into the room, Katrin's moving over to look at the statue with the snake. Sardick's just kind of moving forward into the middle of the room. At this point, shadowy figures, large, hulking, shadowy figures emerge from behind 3 of the pillars. And you were sure they were not there before. They must have been incredibly well hidden because you saw absolutely no sign of them. And then all of a sudden they're there bursting out from behind the pillars and attacking. None of your passive perceptions are enough to have noticed them, so there will be a surprise round. So here they come. They're large, hulking humanoids. Which look like this. Hold on. Roll20. Complicated. Did that work? Show to players.
No. No, it did.
You guys can see it? They look like that. There's 3 of them. And they're all about 8 feet tall, hulking, furred, with very prominent ears, sharp fangs, and they are wearing hide armor. They have shields, and they are wielding oversized morning stars. And given how large they are, it's shocking that they managed to be hidden behind those pillars in such a way that you had no idea they were there. Like, they don't look like they should be stealthy enough to be able to have pulled that off. So maybe they were invisible, or... Of course, if any of you want to make a nature check for knowledge about these creatures, you can do so. I don't require you to spend an action for that. I'll even give advantage to Midge, because she's had dealings with...
Yes.
Well, not enough dealings, apparently.
Is that the Minotaur monkey right there?
Well, with Roscoe and Ara, you know enough at least to know that they're bugbears, but you don't really recall any salient facts about them. You know they're goblinoids. They're related to goblins, but obviously much larger and stronger.
Do they speak Goblin?
You would assume so.
Now,
They are goblin-type creatures.
Could I pull a history check on that one to know historical facts about it rather than natural facts about it? You can tell me no for sure. Just,
Well, you could hypothetically know historical facts about, like, historical events that involved bugbears, or, like,
yeah, I don't think Roscoe would know that
historical
much about bugbear.
bugbear empires
okay.
or something, right? Like, but, like, in terms of knowing, like, specific stuff about them as creatures, I don't think history would really give you what you want. So we're going to roll initiative again. Get the turn tracker back out. Alright, has everyone rolled their new initiative? 11 for Aura, 18 for Midge, 18 for Roscoe.
I think Roscoe would go ahead, though, because he has higher in dex.
Okay, 1 for Sardick. Oh, Varis and Katrin have to roll. Varis gets a 12. Katrin gets an 8. So it looks like after the surprise round, Roscoe will go first. What's Varis's? Oh. Varis's dex is 14.
If you click the little toggle and hit descending order, it'll automatically put everybody in order, and it'll even do it by their dex, like their who won dex wise.
I don't know why I keep forgetting I can do that.
Just makes things easier.
Varis and the Bugbears have an absolute tie. They have the same dex. So I'm just going to roll a d6, and if I get a 1 through 3, Varis goes first. Alright, nope. The Bugbears go before him. Okay, so first there's a surprise round. So they come dashing out from behind the pillars. And this one comes and tries to hit this little girl that doesn't look like she's too much of a threat. He has advantage, and he hits her. He bypasses her large dragon scale shield easily and brings down the Morning Star right on her shoulder, and there's a crunching sound, and she cries out loud in pain. And it's gonna hurt a lot, actually, because it does that much damage plus does an extra 7 for surprise attacks. So she actually takes 21 piercing damage. So it just hits her so hard, she almost falls to her feet, but she holds herself up. And you can see her left arm is hanging down a little bit more loosely than it was before, like she's having trouble holding that arm up because she just got crunched on the shoulder so hard. Then these other two are going to descend on the hated dwarf. There's much enmity racially between goblinoids and dwarves. There's also much racial enmity between goblins and elves, but not as much as between goblins and dwarves. For the drow, for you, your dealings with goblinoids they're your slaves. You would have seen bugbears before as slaves to your drow houses. They certainly would never be seen as any kind of equals. So these two are going to move into flanking positions against Sardick, and they're both going to attack. Your armor class is...
19.
Very nice. Alright, the first one. With advantage does hit. With surprise attack, it's going to be 14 points of piercing damage. The second one also hits for 13 points of piercing damage. So 27 damage total. As both of them come in, again, they definitely maneuver past your shield, which you're so surprised you haven't had time to raise your shield properly to defend yourself. One comes in high overhead, and his morning star grazes the top of your head and just opens a gash across your forehead with the spike. The other one comes in low on the other side and hits you on the back of the leg, almost buckling your knee, and it rips a chunk out of the flesh on the back of your leg just above your knee. Both vicious, painful blows. How much did you just take? 27?
I think so. That makes me down to 5.
Ouch. And then Katrin took 21. Alright, that's what happens on the surprise round, and they look vicious. Now, for those of you who got at least a 10, or who've dealt with them before, which would be Ara and Midge, you do know that bugbears are intelligent. I mean, they're not smart, but they're, you know, roughly as intelligent as a human, or maybe just a little bit dumber than a human. And they probably speak at least one language, if not two. So they are people that can be potentially spoken to, is all I'm saying. They would understand you if you spoke to them.
That's why I asked. I actually do speak Goblin.
Right, so you're certain they'd speak Goblin then. You don't know whether they'd speak Common or not also. So anyway...
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, actually.
Well, I was gonna say that I was gonna, like, start yelling at them, like, in Goblin, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Stop it, like... Sort of trying to draw their attention.
Okay. One of them looks at you and snarls, and he grins a wicked grin. You see his large teeth dripping with saliva. And he says, a drow. 2 drow. We don't like drow, do we? The one next to him shakes his head. We don't like drow. We don't like intruders either. We're gonna feast on your bones. And they look pretty savage. They've got some bloodthirst in their eyes. Now, it's 8:30, 8:24, and we're just about to begin the first round of this combat. Seems like a good cliffhanger place to stop, so that we don't... Because we're not going to finish this probably by the time... And we don't want to go all the way up right until 9 o'clock anyway. We kind of want to stop earlier than that because people need to get to bed and stuff. So I think we're going to stop right here. When we come back, we'll be picking it up with Roscoe's turn on the first round of this combat. And so that's going to do it for the moment. The great thing about Roll20 is we can just leave it like this, and everything stays exactly set up the way we have it.
Yay.
As you are face off against some vicious-looking bugbears. We didn't seem super impressed with Ara's initial dialogue.
That's okay. They're going to be impressed with what I do to them.
Now then. What I'll do is I will end my episode real quick, and then we can chat about the session briefly. So that's going to do it for this episode. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. This episode is now over. This has been Josiah Plays Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a 5th edition D&D campaign. See you next time.